This comprehensive 5-hour masterclass is all you need to go from zero FPV knowledge to your first safe and crash-free FPV flight. Learn the most affordable ways to start, the best beginner drones to buy, and how to set everything up for a smooth first flight. Unlike typical 10-minute tutorials that skip all crucial steps, this in-depth step-by-step guide covers everything. And if you want to learn together with over 5,000 like-minded pilots, check my free FPV school community. First link in description to connect, share insights and find new FPV buddies to fly with. So let's get into it. Hello together, and in this exciting 10-day FPV school I will teach you everything you need to know about FPV drones in general, you know? So the basic idea is really to get you from zero to your first FPV flight. And of course, not crashing your first drone, but just having a safe and secure flight without any crashes. And from then on, you have a great starting point to just train and fly. So in this course, we will literally have like a 10-day program. So you are starting with day 1, and then the last day is like day 10. And we will really go into detail, every step and every knowledge you need to start your FPV drone journey. All right, so let's get into it. And we will cover, the first day is this video right here. It's basically the introduction. What is FPV? You know, how does it work? How is that program built, and so on. So this video right here is actually the day 1 video you are watching right now. Then day 2 is all about the FPV terms and words you will have in the FPV world. You know, if you have a question, for example, what is a 5-inch FPV drone, you know, then you watch this video. This is a pretty long one, but you will definitely need it because, you know, there are so many just FPV terms like 5-inch, Cinewoop, 6S LiPo battery, I don't know, so many stuff. And if you're just starting out, you never heard of it. So day 2 comes in handy with just explaining every of the FPV words there. Then day 3 is all about how to start into FPV. So what do you need? What's the best way to get started? And how you can get a cheap entry into it. And day 4 is basically, you may have heard of FPV drone simulators, which are definitely the best way to start into FPV for real. And we will do an introduction to the FPV drone simulators and just showing you really what you need, what you must have, what you have to order, and how you do it to get started in the simulator. And then in day 5, we have really the skills and things you have to master in the simulator that you are able to start in day 6 with the, finally considering starting with your real FPV drone. So there are a lot of stuff you have to know, and also you have the skills to just master flying FPV drones in real life, you know, and your first flight isn't ending in a big mess and in a big crash, so you really have the best and safest way to start into FPV. And again, if you're just enjoying the content I do, feel free to just subscribe to my YouTube channel. I'm trying to plan a lot of more stuff and tutorials and also vlogs, you know, from my everyday FPV life as a freelance FPV pilot, and also on Instagram or on TikTok. So a lot of stuff to show you guys. And again, I really want to make this community an awesome community for every FPV pilot, you know? And for reaching that goal, I definitely need your help. So if you have some friends or you know people also want to get started in FPV, or you know already good pilots, then definitely feel free to share this community so we can really build like an international network of like-minded pilots. We can just meet each other, share opinions, discuss, you know, and just grow together. So that's definitely my vision with this FPV community here. And again, a little warning for you. This is a pretty important video. Please don't skip anything. So it's really important that you look really from day 1 to day 10, everything. So you really don't miss out on any small detail here. Also, please don't fast forward. So that's important because it's really like a step-by-step guide. And if you just miss one, it doesn't really make sense at all, you know. So it's really just built for exactly this. And yeah, this video is again without music because you can just watch it without music. You can turn your own music on in the background. And yeah, so you really can focus on learning on whatever style you want, you know? So feel free to listen to some music, grab some coffee and enjoy the video. All right. Maybe you know it already, I'm getting always when I do some kind of presentations a little bit of a dry, you know, voice. So don't just forgive me for sipping some water here and then. All right, up to the next one. And of course, if you want to save some time, but I think this 10-day series will be definitely a few hours of video content. You can also, if you want to save some time, double the video speed if you want to. All right, let's start with the introduction. So first of all, I want to show you my pretty old FPV show reel to answer the question, what is cinematic FPV overall? So let's take a look into that video. And yeah, this is basically my show reel from like 2022, I think. And as you can see, you can literally shoot basically almost everything. From here, like, yeah, some kind of cliff divers, shooting some adrenaline footage of, you know, drift cars. You shoot fancy locations and just, yeah, shoot a lot of awesome stuff. Also sailing boats, that was quite interesting, shooting that. You can fly indoors. Slow motion also is one of my favorite tools to use while FPV. So I just love that slowed down look in combination with the fast-paced movements. And yeah, just seeing that really reminds me that I have to do soon a new show reel, because it's like I have so much more footage to share from that point when I did that show reel, and so much more improved footage, you know? So maybe, yeah, maybe one day I will do an editing lesson on how to do a FPV show reel. So that would be a great fit, I think. And as you just saw, there are bigger FPV drones, smaller FPV drones. So it's quite nice to just, you know, fly indoors, near people, outdoors. There's so much stuff to do with FPV drones. So it's literally like an own kind of art you have to master as an FPV pilot, and just find your own, you know, own FPV drone style to what you want to shoot. And this is, in my opinion, like, yeah, it's very nice to just develop your style of flying and just, you know, mark your way of flight in the FPV drone world. So this was basically cinematic FPV, you know? FPV drones are not just only, let's say, flying drones with an FPV drone goggle on your head. So it's also with... No, bullshit. That was bullshit. So flying FPV drones means just FPV stands for first person view. And you know, and so cinematic FPV is flying drones with the purpose of capturing cinematic footage. So this is basically what I am doing all the time. So I am basically a cinematic FPV pilot. And this is also the topic of that group, you know. So it's basically about flying FPV drones with the purpose of getting cinematic drone footage. And that's it. But there are also some other ways and reasons why you want to fly FPV drones. So let's talk pretty quickly about it. Here we have another just some recent shots I just wanted to share also. Because yeah, I really just love, you know, diving waterfalls in Iceland was pretty insane. That was so much fun. So this, kind of all these shots I have to definitely, I somehow have to make a new show reel of all that. That was also in Iceland, insanely cool location there. And great conditions. And yeah, these are some of the newer shots, just to share also some kind of this. But now let's get back to other flying styles in FPV. And the second one is FPV freestyle. So we have here basically the grandmaster of FPV freestyle, which is Mr. Steel. And here you can already see, you know, that different type of flying FPV drones. So here it's basically about just doing cool tricks with your FPV drone and getting some kind of flowy flight style, you know? So here it's not really about like cinematic purposes. Here it's really about just freestyling your FPV flight style, if that makes sense to you. So as you can see, you know, he's just trying to fly through all the gaps. He's just wildly flying around, and this is pretty nicely to watch because this needs a lot of skill. So it's definitely an art on its own. But you have also to think that most people, so most non-FPV pilots, find this style pretty, not so nice to look, you know? They don't understand how much skill this is really needing, you know? So it's basically like, it's just too fast and just too many and fast moving things right there. And that's basically it. So it's just, in my opinion, it's just a completely different thing to do with FPV. So if you just look at, it's like comparing like different races, you know? Like rally car races is a different style to drive like a Formula 1 car race, you know? And it's basically the same with FPV freestyle, also FPV racing and cinematic FPV. Of course, all three are done with piloting FPV drones, but just completely different skills are needed and also, different purposes. And that's basically freestyle FPV here. And now the last thing, which is also quite interesting, is, wait a second, And the last thing is, as you can see, flying FPV drone races. So this is basically flying an FPV drone with the purpose of winning a race, you know? So you have like a lot of gates, which are, like enlightened with these LED stripes, and then it's just basically a race. So the first one wins and the last one loses, you know. And this is basically another style of using FPV drones. Also a lot of skill needed here, so I would be absolutely the last one in one of these races, because I'm just, you know, exercising cinematic flights all the time. But yeah, also pretty cool. And so now I think you know definitely the basics of which FPV flying types are there now. So let's discuss in general what is FPV. Really quick, again, flying by using an FPV goggles, and FPV stands for first person view. So you just, you know, have your displays in your goggles, and you can see what the drone is seeing. And also, as you see here in the dark background of that presentation, this is basically already an FPV drone. On top there's the GoPro to capture cinematic footage. And down there, under that camera, is another tiny camera, and this camera has the purpose to just send, you know, the FPV drone's position with, not so good quality, but with very low latency, so you really see what the drone is seeing, and you use exactly that image to fly the drone. Then again, if we just differ a little bit from DJI drones and FPV drones. So, for example, you know, the flight time with DJI drones is about 40-50 minutes, you know, so really a lot. And with FPV drones, you really just get 3 minutes, 5 minutes, maybe sometimes 10 minutes, you know, for most of the drones. So, you know, there are also drones who have like 20 minutes flight time, but the most basic drones are really having like 3 to 5 minutes of flight time with one battery. So this is a big difference you just need to know here. And as you can imagine, if you just want to fly like 1 hour, you need a lot of batteries. So this is the first thing and the first big difference to regular DJI drones. And also the skill. So basically DJI drones are pretty easy to learn. You know, they have a lot of features, they have like sensors and all that stuff. So it's really like if you just take 1 day to just practice with your DJI drone, you can already make insanely good footage with that. But with FPV drones, it is way harder. You know, the controls are not as easy to learn as DJI drones. It's really taking a lot of time to finally master it, you know? So it's, taking months, even years to fully master that craft. And for example, I'm flying like, you know, over 4 to 5 years now. And I am learning almost every flight some tiny additional stuff. So, you know, there is no end in sight with FPV, you know, because there's really a lot to learn here and so much stuff to master that skill. And again, FPV is definitely the most immersive experience you will have. It is absolutely not comparable to DJI drones because, you know, with DJI you just stare at your display and that's it. But with FPV drones you really have that goggles on, and it's literally like flying like a bird, you know, in real life. And this is just very insane to experience, you know. This is really, really nice, and it makes a lot of fun. So if you just want to get into it, it is really a very awesome hobby. So it's very nice, and not even only a hobby, you know, also can be like a additional income source if you know what you're doing. So it is, it's insane, you know. It completely took like 99% of my time since the day I started in 2019. So I really got completely obsessed with FPV. And so this is also one reason I want to make it more accessible to basically everybody, because it's very nice to experience, and it's yeah, I wanna make it as easy for you guys as possible, so you don't have all the struggles I had in 2019, you know? All right. And in FPV drones, really crashing is a big thing. The DJI drones have, yeah, all kind of sensors, return to home functionality and all that stuff, and FPV doesn't have all that. So yeah, you really are completely 100% manually controlling your drone. And this is, on the one hand, pretty cool, because you have the complete freedom of what moves you want to do. But on the other hand, it's completely your responsibility to fly, you know, because nobody, if you just make a small error, you will crash. You can, yeah, just, you know, you can crash your whole drone, and then like 600 euros are completely lost, you know, that can happen. So this is, yeah, it has some advantages and also some disadvantages. And so, to finally get to the end of this introduction, so what is the goal of this community? So first of all, I just want to make the start into the FPV hobby and business and profession, so in general, just as easy as possible. So I literally don't do any gatekeeping, you know, I just share everything with you on here. Because I just remembered back all the issues I had with FPV when I started. So I just thought, okay, how can I help people just to not have all the issues I had? And yeah, that's this group is definitely the solution to that. And then again, I wanted to make like a community just to connect like-minded pilots all over the world. So you can just share ideas, you know, connect with other people. And we already have a lot of people, you know, that messaging me like, hey, I already found the first real-life FPV pilots to be friends with and fly together. You know, that's exactly one of the reasons why this community is already so nice. And why this community is the more powerful, the more people are in here, you know. Because we basically, one day we will have like members all over the world, you know. Basically almost every FPV pilot should be in that group and could have the possibility to connect with like friends and also, and yeah, I think that would be a really, really nice thing to grow together. So yeah, again, feel free to share it. So we have insanely a lot of people in there to just yeah, share our passion for FPV. And again, I wanted to have a positive learning environment. There we have a small mistake in here. Yeah, I just wanted, you know, I just recognized and realized that, for example, a lot of Facebook groups, in my opinion, are kind of toxic, you know. There is, yeah, a lot of people who are making like fun of other people who have like some beginner questions, you know. And yeah, I don't want to be a part of that, you know. So I really want to have like an open-minded and positive learning environment. Everybody can just, you know, ask every question regarding to FPV and doesn't get made fun of, you know. That's pretty important to me. So yeah, always be open-minded and positive. Of course, feedback is appreciated, you know, but really just constructive criticism. And then, yeah, make learning FPV fun, connect the community with e-learning and all together on one platform, you know, because a school is the first platform who does basically both in one platform, you know. So before that you had like e-learning on one platform, like, I don't know, on a website, you know, on a Shopify video course store or anything like that, and you would have like the community on another part. So that's basically it. And dude, I see I have here another. What's wrong with me today? So let's just, I'm sorry, I can't. Where did we have like-minded environment? Got a little bit, yeah. Got a little bit, I don't know. Today is Easter, so maybe I just eat too much chocolate, so I can't write correct words today. All right, so yeah, I just wanted to share and to have like one platform to cover it all, the community aspects and also the e-learning, you know. So I will, as these videos, for example, just put a lot of FPV tutorials on here, so you guys can really learn on this platform, and then in just like one click away, you can already share your insights or your learnings with other people in here. And so again, the goal of this course, the 10-day free FPV school, is to get you from absolutely zero FPV knowledge and you absolutely don't know where to start, to the goal, which is get you safely in the air with your FPV drone. And all needed knowledge is provided to reach exactly this goal. And this is the main reason for that 10-day free FPV school in that community. And maybe you have seen it already, I also have the Cinematic Pro Pilots community. So there is basically so much stuff to teach you guys about FPV drones, and I just need more time and have to spend way more time and money into making this the best cinematic community to really cover it all. So I just decided to found another community for all the professional pilots. So really pilots who want even more than just flying. So we have really everything covered in that community when it comes to how to not crash, how to make viral videos on Instagram. So how I actually got like 30 million plus views with my pretty niche FPV content, How I also just built myself over the last years a full-time FPV business without with wasting a lot of money, So I did a lot of issues and I made so much mistakes. So I just wanted to help you also with that. And again, we will build a lot of different drones, so you can just follow along step by step. And all that additional stuff. For example, only the color grading lessons are like 5 hours already, It is just insanely amounts of content you really need to master here to fully have all the skills you need. So yeah, I think this in total will be definitely like 50 to maybe even 100 hours of FPV tutorial and FPV knowledge content on the Cinematic Pro Pilots group. So I just started building that out, and it's like, you can imagine it like a Netflix for FPV pilots, So if you want to learn all that, there will be like every month coming new masterclasses and all that stuff. So really a lot of knowledge and and to finance all that and to be able to even do that, I just wanted to do that in a monthly membership. So for a fair price, you can just learn all the extended knowledge about FPV there. And that's it, basically. Let's already continue with day 2, which is all about the FPV terms and words. So I just made a completely, I think, 60 or 70-minute video where I show you literally all the important FPV terms and words you will hear. So really, I know it's a long video, but it's a lot to learn again here, you know. So really take the time and watch it completely from the beginning to the end. So if I am now in the next lessons in here, talk about words like 4S battery or like 5-inch FPV drone and all that stuff, you exactly know what I am speaking of, you know. This is pretty important. So it's, yeah, it's just, you know, all the basic words from FPV. So I know it's a lot, but yeah, please watch it. You will not, how does it call? How you will not, yeah, I don't know the English word what I wanted to say right there, but don't miss out on that opportunity to learn all that. So you have a great base to start into the next day, which is yeah, the day 3. So from now on, I will cut the full 70-minute video in here, and yeah, feel free to let me know your feedback about that video and enjoy the 70-minute pure FPV knowledge content. All right, let's get into it. Hello together, and the next lesson is finally here. Today we are talking about all the different FPV technical terms and words, and I explain it, yeah, in this video. Yeah, that's basically it. And there are so many words in the FPV world, you know, that I'm 100% sure I have forgotten some of it. So there are already like, I think 70 or 80 words right now in this video. And you know, the longer I think about it, the more words are coming to my mind. And I just, yeah, are putting all the words this day into that video. But I have to record it now. So there will be definitely 100% some words you haven't, who are not in this presentation. You know, the most important ones are in there. But there are so many specific words that there are definitely some who aren't in there right now. But for that, I thought, okay, I will be now recording that video. And after like 1 or 2 months, I will do a second video with all the other terms I just forgot. And then we maybe have the full, complete version. You know, that's my plan. And I think that might work. So if you are missing some kind of term or some specific FPV explanation in that video, feel free to tell me and I will put it on my list. And please note, this is not like a detailed explanation, you know? If you're a complete FPV beginner or you just have like one word heard about FPV, you can just look into this video and search for a very brief and simple explanation in that video. It's just too complex to cover everything in this one right here. So, you know, it's really like I try to talk 1 minute per word. That's my goal. And that's it. So it's just really a short and brief information for that specific word. All right, here's what we are going to cover. It's basically all terms from A to C, and we will start with the numbers and then A to C. Don't worry, I will do categories per letter, so you have an easier time searching. So for example, if you are searching for Crossfire, just skip to like the C letters and then take a quick look into the explanation. I have to sip some water real quick. And yeah, this will definitely be a pretty long lesson because there's so much stuff. Maybe I'm also or maybe I will edit it into like 1 or 2 or 3 parts depending on the length of that video, but that I will see later, because now let's see how long it will get, And as always, follow me on YouTube, Instagram or TikTok at JustFuxi for some exclusive behind the scenes FPV vlogs and so on. So if you're just interested about FPV, then I think you definitely want to take a look at all that other stuff. And of course, I want to really start a revolution with that group. So as always, feel free to share this community. It's completely free, I really try to make it as valuable as possible and to share as much information as possible in here. So the more people I can help in here, the better it is, and also the bigger of a cool FPV family we are getting. So would mean the world to me if you just share this community. And pro tip, if you want to save some time, watch it in 2 times speed. Let's start with the numbers. So the first one is a pretty basic one, but also very important, and it is 4S and 6S. And the term S, or just the letter S, describes how many battery cells there are in a LiPo battery. And if you just look at the 2 pictures down in the slide, you will notice that on the left, you will see on the bottom of the battery like 6, like aluminum wrapped cells, and on the right 4 cells. So you can really see how many cells there are in a LiPo battery if they are wrapped like transparently like these batteries. There are also like, some brands just do it with black plastic and wrapping them so you don't see it, but that's basically how a single cell is looking like from the outside. And 1 cell of a lithium polymer battery have a fully charged voltage of 4.2 volts and an empty voltage of 3.5 volts. Some people are flying like 3.6 volts, some people 3.7, so that's depending on you. I would recommend you something like, 3.6 is a good number to just land your drone. And also there are some special LiPos which can also be at higher voltages, like 4.35 volts. These are called HV voltages, standing for higher voltage, And that's also a special kind of LiPo battery. And most basic drones are using 4S or 6S, but basically for FPV everything is possible from 1S to 12S. So everything from 4.2 volts up to 50.4 volts, everything is possible. And on a quick note, higher voltages is meaning lower currents you have in your FPV drone, and that's why basically a normal 5-inch FPV drone is better on 6S than on 4S. So it's just the powertrain works better. You have more punch if you wanna recover from a dive, and so basically if you want to start into 5-inch FPV drones, I would highly recommend you starting with 6S, and that's it. 1550 milliampere. This is basically the term how much capacity a battery can hold or can save, So the bigger this number, the longer flight times you can get, because more energy is saved in the battery or stored. But also the bigger the battery or the more capacity it has, the heavier it is. So yeah, you are losing some power and performance because the drone's overall weight is just heavier, like with a tinier LiPo battery. So it is all about finding the right balance here. So let's talk about frequencies now. We have here 868 or 915 megahertz, 2.4 gigahertz and also 5.8 gigahertz. These are the different frequencies most used for signal transmission in FPV. So we are having, for example, the control signals. 868 or 915 megahertz is, for example, Crossfire. ELRS is 2.4 gigahertz, and I think also 915 megahertz. And and DJI control signal is 2.4 or 5.8 gigahertz, and also the video signal is basically the same. Yeah, only the older air units are only using 5.8 gigahertz. So the air unit you see on the right. The newer one on the left, the O3, is using 2.4 and 5.8 gigahertz simultaneously. And generally speaking, the lower the frequency, the more range and signal penetration you have. So you just, the signal is penetrating easier through walls, through everything that lowers your signal strength. It is just better to have lower frequency. And then let's talk about motor sizes. So 2306, 2207 or 1408 has one thing in common, and they all are describing the size of brushless motors. So it's not about the brushless motor itself, it's more about the stator of the motor. So as you see in the picture, for example, here we have a 0802 motor. So the first two numbers, also like 2306, is like the stator diameter, and the 06 is like the height. So here 6 millimeters, and that's how that specification is working. And also, again, generally speaking, the bigger the stator, the more power and torque a motor has, but also more power consumption and more weight. So again, it's all about finding the right balance for the right drone you want to build. Then let's talk about some overall categories of FPV drones. 3-inch, 5-inch, 7-inch FPV drone. What does it mean? It's pretty simple. It's basically all about the propeller diameter in inch. 1 inch is 2.54 centimeters. So basically a 5-inch is the propeller diameter of FPV drones. And again, the bigger the propeller, the bigger the drone, and most likely also the payloads. And the most basic model of FPV drones is the typical 5-inch FPV drone you also see in the background picture right here. Then let's talk about propeller sizes. 5x4x3 or a 50-40 propeller. These numbers, describes propellers. 5 is the diameter in inches. 4 is the pitch of a single propeller blade. And 3 is the number of blades. So the funny thing is here, the 5x4x3 propeller is exactly the propeller you again see from the drone in the background. So that is exactly this propeller. And 50-40 is like the same number, just, it is the number of blades is not in that description, and 50/40 is again, the first is the diameter, and 4 is the pitch. Then 1900 kV. This number describes the max rounds per minute a brushless motor. It's not round, it's of course repetitions. Is it repetitions or is it rounds? I'm not sure. You know how much spinnings a motor can do. I'm not sure if it's rounds or repetitions. I don't know. I think you know what I want to say here, and it's proportional to the input voltage. So, quick example: 1900 kV on 6S is 1900 by 25.2, because that's the fully charged LiPo battery with 6S. So this motor can do maximum of 47.880 repetitions or rounds per minute. Finally, let's start with the letters. And let's go with the letter A. So we have here A1, A2, A3. And these are just describing the different drone operation categories in the European drone laws. So I'm not a lawyer, please inform about that by yourself. You already have to make the licenses, so there you have really the right information. But just a quick note here, A1, A3 is the easier to get license in Europe, and every drone operator really needs it if he wants to fly a drone with a camera. And the A2 is the more expensive license, and which doesn't make sense for all the pilots out there. And again, I'm not a lawyer, so please do your research by yourself on the exact laws of your country. There's just too many laws to cover here, so that is one thing I can't cover all. So yeah, you're completely responsible for meeting your own country's regulations. And acro mode is basically a flight mode where you can do all the cool FPV maneuvers like dives, power loops, all that stuff you're seeing all over Instagram. That's most likely shot in acro mode. And there are also other limited flight modes like angle mode and horizon mode, and both of these modes are limited in the maximum angle they can get into, so just like, yeah, exactly. So for example, you can't do a flip in angle mode. This is just possible in acro mode. But it's also the hardest to learn, but also the one you really want to master, because acro mode is where the FPV magic happens. Also very interesting term right here, and it is AETR. What is it? This is short for aileron, elevator, throttle and rudder. This is basically a channel map of control inputs for your flight controller. This is originally coming from plane models. So for drones, we just using pitch, yaw and roll. So that are basically the three-dimensional axis of the drone movements, So that is basically forward is pitch, to the sides is yaw, and roll is like, yeah, do a roll. And throttle is basically the how much gas output you are having. Let's continue with analog or analog video. This is basically the older video transmission technology. The main advantage is really in FPV. It has a very low latency and it is pretty cheap compared to the newest DJI digital transmission systems. But on the other hand, it has not as good video quality as the other systems. So in the picture on the left, you see the older DJI digital transmission system, and on the right you see the older analog FPV system. And you can decide on your own, but of course the left one is looking way better than the right one. So let's continue with angle mode. As said before, this is an FPV flight mode, and as the name already says it all, this is a flight mode which has a limited angle. So you can maybe see it as flying an DJI drone. So basically DJI drones are flying in more or less angle mode. So if you just pitch all the way forward, you can't get more farther than like this, you know? You can't get like this or just upside down. And this is again the acro mode. It's easier to learn, but yeah, not as cool as the other stuff, you know? It's safe, so no worries. If you're a complete beginner, feel free to learn in that one. You will definitely have more and sooner some successes flying FPV drones if you just start in angle mode. But sooner or later you will definitely want to try the acro mode. AIO is short for all in one. And this is describing flight controllers and ESCs. So as you see on the left, we have here one single board and there is an ESC on it and also the flight controller, both combined. And on the right you see on the top there's the flight controller and on the bottom there's the ESC. That's basically, the left one is the AIO board. So basically, where does this make sense? Only in cinewhoops and in tinier whoops, where you really have to save weight and also size. And that's basically the main advantage here. So basically you have like 6S or 4S input voltage from your FPV drone. And this is basically way too high to power some things like video transmitters or the receivers, you know, and there the BEC comes into play because this is basically taking the input voltage, let's say 25 volts, and just regulating it down. BEC is also called like a step down regulator, and it's putting it down to 5 volts, 10 volts, whatever you need. And there are also external and internal BECs. So for example, on most flight controllers, there is already a plug-and-play solution for the O3 air unit. There is already integrated a small BEC, which is lowering the voltage to meet the needs of the O3 air unit. And yeah, this is used really for a lot of different applications like naked GoPros, LED strips, etc. Next one, Betaflight. This is the most used flight controller firmware. And it is configured with the Betaflight Configurator. With the Betaflight Configurator, I'm sorry. And it's basically free, and yeah, it's basically the software you program your flight controller with, and you can set all the drone related settings in. And other softwares are, for example, EmoFlight or KISS. The beeper is an electronical part basically that beeps. The main reason for that is really to find your lost FPV drone. So sometimes if you just crash in a forest, you know, it's hard to find it and to recover it. So if you just hear a loud beeping thing, you really can recover your drone pretty fast. And there's also the possibility to just use your ESC beep tones as a beeper. So that's also how I am doing it. But the picture on the right, which This one is an external beeper with also an external battery. So if it just loses the main battery from the from the drone, it's also starting beeping. So if you crash so hard, there is a short circuit or anything like that, this beeper can also beep. Then BL Healy 32 and BL Healy S. Both of them are ESC firmwares. BL Healy 32 is definitely the better option because it has the capability of bidirectional D-shot. This is something very... you don't need that term if you're just starting out. Just for very short explanation, it has so the communication from flight controller to ESC works in two directions: flight controller to ESC and also ESC to flight controller. And with that functionality of that bidirectional D-shot, you have a lot of great tuning possibilities. So it's definitely, at the end, the drone with a BL Healy 32 ESC will definitely fly better. And yeah, BL Healy S is mostly used in older ESCs and all-in-one boards. So yeah, it definitely makes sense in all-in-one boards. And also highly recommended is BL Healy 32, but we have to add that there is also a possibility to get the bidirectional D-shot functionality on BL Healy S ESCs with flashing a special firmware. So don't worry if you also want a whoop, a great flying whoop with that functionality. There is a way to do this. The black box. The black box is a logging function of Betaflight. It's basically comparable to something like the black box of of an airplane, but this black box really helps to log the gyro sensor noises and all that data. This is pretty helpful and very important for pit tuning, and yeah, you can very easily filter out all the noise in the Betaflight tuning. And yeah, there's the black box. Black box is very important. But you also need a flight controller with internal or external storage with like 32 megabyte or something. So you can actually save the log files. So if you want to use that, you have to make sure your flight controller can save all the files. Let's talk about brushed and brushless motors. Brushless motors are most used on FPV drones. So almost every drone these days is flying with brushless motors. The only drones who are using brushed motors are tiny whoops, so the very, very small drones. And yeah, I don't want to get into the functionality, so the quickest way to really see if it is a brushless or a brushed motor is to just count the cables who are going to the motor. If there are 3, it's the brushless motor, and if there are only 2, it's the brushed motor. But yeah, I think that's all you need to know when starting with FPV drones about motors. So let's start with the letter C. Let's talk about the C rating. On that picture on the bottom right, you see already there is standing something like 1300 milliampere hours. That is the capacity, as we discussed a few lessons before that. And 120C is exactly the C rating now we want to talk about. So, for example, if a drone battery has like 6S, 1500 milliampere with 100C or 200C, so basically the first one is always in continuous. The continuous rating, and 200C is the short-term rating for only a few seconds. Mm. And yeah, the C rating is always about the charge or discharge rate in FPV. So let's do some quick maths here. If we have a 100C battery, we have to multiply 100 with the battery's capacity. So basically with 100 times 1500 milliampere is 150 ampere hours continuous discharge rate. If we use the second, the 200C, we have like short-term 300 ampere hours of discharge rate. And yeah, that's basically it. And yeah, you definitely have to make a difference between the continuous and short-term discharge rates. So most likely the biggest and the first C rating is always the continuous rate. Yeah, and also let's speak about the charging rate. So that is, most LiPo batteries have like 1 to 3 C charging rate. And yeah, so if you charge your LiPo batteries with like 1C, so only one time the capacity, you are pretty good, and you should be fine. So let's talk about Crossfire and about CRSF. So this is it's almost the same, but not 100%, because CRSF is the term for the signal protocol, which is used by Crossfire transmitter systems, invented by the company Team Black Sheep, short TBS. So on the right, you see the Crossfire system, which is using the CRSF signal protocol. That's it, basically. And this system has very, very good range. So up to 40 plus kilometers is really no problem if you're flying at direct line of sight to your drone. This system also uses 868 or 950 megahertz frequencies. So in Europe, we are just allowed to use the 868 megahertz. It's very reliable, so I also personally use it over years now, and I had not a single problem with it. So it's a very nice and reliable system. The next word with C is Cineboop. So this is basically a term describing a special FPV drone design, which is a ducted and a protected, tiny FPV drone made to mainly fly in indoor scenarios or also near people. So you don't really can harm any people, or if you're flying near soft targets, you're really good to go with a Cineboop. The other extreme kind of is the Cinelifter. These are big FPV drones capable of carrying high-end cinema cameras, as that Blackmagic cinema camera on the right. These are pretty big ones, so they have very big propellers, and they are also sometimes using not only 4 motors but also 8, which is called octocopter configuration. And that's basically about all you need to know with the letter C. So let's start with the letter D. And the first one is Dead Cat. Dead Cat is describing a FPV frame geometry, which means that layout you see on the right. So it's basically, just imagine if a cat gets rolled over by a car, and the arms and the feet are spreading away, that's basically how that how that name was is describing that frame design. And this is really nice for cinematic drones because you have the cinematic camera is moved forward instead of like in the middle, like other frame designs. Though, so with that design, you really have no propellers in your camera's view. So for cinematic, it's perfect, but also a disadvantage is the center of gravity is not as perfect in the middle as with like other frame designs. So for cinematic, this is, in my opinion, the frame design you definitely want. But yeah, if you're flying freestyle, then TrueX is definitely better. Let's talk about the DJI digital FPV system. As the name says it all, it's a digital FPV system. It has great image quality, but also higher latencies than analog transmission. But for cinematic flying, it's completely enough. But if you want really, for example, if you want to fly racing events with your FPV drone, then you definitely need the analog transmission systems because it's just way faster and there you want to use that one. And there's a newer, the O3 air unit, and there's also the older air unit. So the older unit is on the right here, and the newer one is on the left. And the newer one can transmit the video in 1080p quality and the right one in 720p. So of course, the new one is very awesome and is very high quality. So that's definitely, yeah, also the most used in cinematic FPV because it just has the best quality. So let's start with letter E. ESC, very important one, which is short for electronic speed controller. So basically, the only thing the ESC does is kind of the middleman between the flight controller and the motor. So it's taking the signal from the flight controller and putting this into the understandable kind of language, for the motor. So yeah, the brushless motor is spinning exactly at that speed the flight controller is talking about. And that's basically the reason why we need ESCs. So we have some kind of specifications, most likely something like 4-in-1, 60 ampere ESC Biel-Healy 32. Biel-Healy 32, we already talked about that. And 60 ampere is the maximum ampere this ESC is rated in continuous ampere current draws. And 4-in-1 is like there is single ESC on the left picture. There is like 4-in-1 ESC. So a quadrocopter has 4 motors, also 4 ESCs. And in the middle picture, we have also a 4-in-1 ESC. So basically 4 ESCs again on one board. And on the right again, together with that 4-in-1 ESC, we also have again the flight controller on that board, which is then the all-in-one flight controller. And that's it, basically. And then let's talk about ELRS, which is short for Express Long Range System. This is basically, again, a transmitter, protocol, and transmitter system. It uses 915 megahertz or also 2.4 gigahertz. I personally don't use that system, so I'm not really fully into it. But yeah, I personally have heard great stuff about it. So it's definitely one you think about. It has very low latency and is a little bit cheaper than, for example, like Crossfire. And the cool thing is it is open source. So a lot of different manufacturers can make their products around that transmission system and around that protocol. So let's start with letter F. Filters. So this is a really simple explanations here. So you need filters to filter out the gyro sensor noise from the flight controller, because you don't want the noise in your readouts, you know? So that you need filters. Yeah, that's basically the simplest explanation. There are a lot of different types of filters. You know, there are some kind of low pass filters and so on. So I don't want to get too much into detail here, but this is something you can fine tune in Betaflight for your FPV drone. And the less noise you have in your, in your drone, the better it flies. And also every filter is adding some kind of latency. So the less filtering you have, the less latency you have. So less filtering means better flight responsiveness. But also sometimes in cinematic flights, you want a very smooth flight, so you can also add some filtering on purpose to really get a very smooth flight. Then let's talk about the basic thing. You are here today in this group. It's about FPV, first person view video drone controlling. I don't know how to tell you. So it's basically, just flying drones with the help of FPV goggles. You can see on the picture me with my FPV goggles on my head. So that is all about with the FPV drones. Originally it came from racing drone pilots. Like I think that started in like 2012 or 2013, and now over the years finally also a lot of filmmakers and cinematographers discovered that. So basically Johnny FPV was one of the first ones who used it for filming reasons, and now a lot of filmmakers are using these drones to film some very cool shots with that. We have here the FC, which is the flight controller. Let's see. Basically, the flight controller is really the brain of your FPV drone. All the electronic parts run together in the flight controller. You know, the ESC, the video transmitter, the receiver, everything is connected to the brain of your drone. And basically, if we want to talk a little bit about the specifications, we can see here on the left picture, there are a lot of different terms again. So we will go into detail pretty quickly. So the first term, the STM-F722, is basically the chip which is built into the flight controller. Most of them are based onto the ARM chips. And F7 is, for example, a pretty fast flight controller. And then the gyro sensor, there are terms like BME 270 or something like MPU 6000. These are just different gyro sensor models which are built into the flight controller. The storage is again the internal storage used for black box logging. The voltage, I think that's clear. BEC is again what we talked about before. So you also have like a 5 voltage output. And then pretty important is again the mounting pattern, which here in this flight controller is 30.5 by 30.5 millimeters. So if you're buying a flight controller and a frame, definitely make sure there is it's compatible with each other. And again, of course, there are all-in-one boards and single-boarded flight controllers, as you can see on the right. Let's start with the letter K. And again, we have the KISS firmware. It's basically an ESC firmware with own hardware parts. So I think some brands like Flyduino and also FATEC are manufacturing ESCs based on that firmware. Yeah, it's a pretty easy to set up option, but you have not so many options as Betaflight for tuning and setting up, etc. So it's a very easy to set up, what I have heard. I only use Betaflight, so honestly I've never tried on my own. So that is just some information I got from other pilots. They are very high quality ESCs, so very good. They are working very good. And also they are very popular for freestyle pilots. But most cinematic pilots really are using Betaflight. Then again, KV. This number describes the max, here we are again, RPM, a brushless motor can do proportional to the input voltage. So let's do the maths real quick. For example, a 1900 kV motor on 6S can do 1900 by 25.2 volt is 47,880 RPM. So that's basically the maximum of that. Let's start with L. First one is LiPo or lithium ion. These both of these are really the most used batteries in FPV. So LiPo is short for lithium polymer battery. And these are really nice because they have high discharge rates, they are very lightweight, and most FPV batteries are soft shell, so you see it on the left. There is no hard shell around it like on the middle picture we have from the other batteries. So these batteries are only the main reason why FPV drones are possible and to fly that fast, because there are batteries who can provide enough current draw, to power these fast-paced FPV drones. And that is definitely pretty cool. And then on the other hand, we have like lithium ion batteries, which are mainly used for long-range FPV drones. They have not as high discharge rates as LiPo batteries, but the main advantage is they have way higher capacities for the same weight as a LiPo battery. So these are around double the capacity for like the same weight. So it's perfect for long range. Then let's start with the letter M. Oh, mode 2. That was very confusing for me at first, but it's not that hard. So basically the different modes, so like mode 1, 2, 3, 4, are different control stick layouts of your radio controller. And that means for FPV, most popular is really mode 2. So roll and pitch are on the right stick and throttle and yaw are on the left. And as you can see, the left stick is down because the throttle stick doesn't center itself into the middle, which is pretty important because, throttle doesn't make sense if that is centering as the other sticks. So yeah, that is really important. So if you are just ordering your radio controller, make sure you really want to have mode 2 here. Then we have watt or milliwatt. So maybe I think that term almost every person have already heard. In FPV, it's describing the output power of control and video signals. So basically how strong the drone is sending the signal out and how much range you get. So basically the higher the output range, the higher is also the range of the signal. In Europe, most of the time only 25 milliwatt is allowed at most frequencies which are used in FPV. But of course there are some ways to higher it also in Europe. So I've heard from other pilots that some of them are maybe doing that, because most transmitters can do to over 1 watt. This is a lot, so you just have way higher range here. So let's start with the letter O. The OSD. Basically, the OSD is the on-screen display. It's pretty easy, just look at the picture. All that additional numbers, graphs, and all that stuff. The battery voltage, the range, the height, all that numbers you see in your FPV goggles. Additionally to the video feed is called the on-screen display. And you can configure that, for example, in Betaflight. So what kind of numbers you want to have and all that stuff. Then again, let's quickly talk about the O3 air unit. So O3 is basically DJI's OcuSync 3.0 system. There's already a 4.0 system out there, which isn't until this date not really used in their FPV systems, but maybe it's coming soon. Let's see. And we are having here 1080p low latency video and also control signal transmission system. So if you're using the DJI controller, which is compatible with the O3 air unit, then you can also you don't need an additional receiver, which is also pretty cool sometimes. And yeah, the cool thing is on that O3 unit, it can also record in high quality 4K 10-bit video, which is very nice. So it's basically, if you're just shooting just for fun, you don't really need an additional action camera. You can just use the O3 air unit. The letter P. Here we have pitch, yaw, roll, and throttle. So basically here we have just the two pictures. On the left, the drone. So all these things are again the 4 inputs you can control with your 2 sticks. So on the right hand we see the Mode 2 controller. So if we are using the left stick to the up and down, we have the throttle. Left and right we have yaw. Up and down on the right stick we have pitch, and on the right stick to the right and left we have roll. So as just described earlier, so if that is the drone and that is like forward of the drone, this movement is like pitch, this is roll, and this to the left and right is yaw. And then PID tuning. So this is a very complex topic, and I will cover that pretty quickly. But basically, when you have like a PID controller or something which is working. Oh, so let's see. Okay. At first, I'm sorry. So PID is short for proportional, integral, and derivative. And these, you can imagine that as a long mathematical term where different mathematical stuff is happening, And if you just control something with your stick, this is not exactly the outcome you get, because you have like wind, you have a lot of other external stuff which is, controlling also the drone in some way. So it's just not possible that you are controlling exactly what you want and the outcome is never the exact same. So we have like a desired outcome and then the set point. And you want to get as close to that set point as you could. And that is exactly the reason why the PID tuning is here, to make really a good flying drone. So if you haven't understand that, it's basically, you can just see it as PID tuning for FPV drones is basically what, for example, car tuning is doing for your car. So if you're doing the tuning good, the drone just flies way better than without tuning. And that's the easy, I think the easy solution to describe that very complex topic. Let's start with R. We have here the rates. The rates are basically some terms which are describing how sensitive your drone can be controlled. So if you have, for example, you want to do very fast movements, you have like higher rates. And if you want to fly very smooth and cinematic, you want to have lower rates. And it is also measured in degrees per second. So for example, pretty high rates are having like 2000 degrees per second. So if you're just fully steering to the right, you are doing like, yeah, let's say six spins to the right, full throttle in 1 second. So that is really insanely fast. And for example, cinematic pilots are having like 600 or 700 degrees per second. So yeah, that's way more chill. So a lot of freestyle pilots really want to have that higher rates to be able to do all that snappy and fast-paced moves. RHCP and LHCP. As you can see on the picture, this is all about the left or right circular polarization of your antennas. You don't really have to understand all that for FPV drone flying. The basic thing you need to know at first is really that you have to make sure you are using the right polarization. So to make it quick, the DJI Digital uses most likely only the LHCP polarization. So if you just search for an antenna, which for your O3 air unit, for example, you just make sure that you are searching one with the left circular polarization. And that's it. And then we got the RX, which is the receiver. So we talked about it a lot already. So basically RX is just a short term for receiver. And basically only RX is just for the video, for the controlling signal, and video signal is having a V before. So VRX is the video receiver. And only RX is only the receiver for the control signal. So for example, the Crossfire, the TBS Nano Crossfire receiver. And yeah, the opposite is, of course, the TX, the transmitter, or the video signal, the VTX. S-Bus is basically a bus protocol for receivers to send commands to all kind of electronical parts. So basically some receivers are using S-Bus. Also the DJI Digital system uses S-Bus to just transmit the control signals to your flight controller. So again, something for the antennas. So that's basically SMA and RP SMA. Yeah, it may seem pretty complex, but at the end of the day, you are having like, again, antennas and the connection from the transmitter to the antenna. You have to connect it one way, and one way to do this is through these kind of extensions. So you have just to make sure you have the right you have the right fitting, All right. Slowly my energy is going out. It's like in the middle of the night. But yeah, let's push through. We already have it. So yeah, just make sure you really have like the right things who are really just fitting together. As you can see here in this pictures, for example, if you have like SMA male on your antenna, you need a connector, the right fitting SMA female connector, and that's it basically. Yes, let's start with T. So we have here the true X, and true X is again the same as a dead cat. It's a FPV frame geometry. But now the true X is really from above a perfect X, and that means it has a perfect center of gravity, which is awesome, but a downside of that is also that the camera is like moved back, and that means you have most likely propellers in your cinematic camera view. So yeah, for freestyle this is awesome because it flies amazing, but on the other hand, for cinematic I would recommend you going with a dead cat frame because you just have no propellers in view. This is basically a mode on how to revive the drone from a crash. So basically when you are crashing and the drone lies upside down, if you just throttle up, the drone will press itself into the ground. So you have no chance into recovering it with, just your controller. It doesn't work. But there the turtle mode comes in handy, because with that mode enabled, the flight controller can very quickly just reversing the motors, so the drone can flip itself. So the motors just reverse, so it can, just flip itself over, and then from the right starting position, you can just restart again and fly normally. So this is definitely a very helpful feature. If you plan on crashing a lot, you want to definitely use the turtle mode. All right, we are already at the letter U. So we have here the UART. UART is basically an universal, UART is basically short for Universal Asynchronous Receiver Transmitter. So this is basically used for exchanging data between two devices. So basically, if your Crossfire receiver is connected with your flight controller, you have like 4 cables to solder. 2 of them is for the, for the power output. So like plus and minus or ground. And the other 2 are exactly these 2 UART ports. So you have 2 times transmitter to receiver, so TX to RX, and you have connect the... So now it gets a little bit tricky because, as you see in the picture, the Crossfire transmitter has to connect to the flight controller receiver port and vice versa. So that is a little bit tricky. You really have to keep in mind if you're building your first FPV drone. That is important. We are at letter V. VTX, VRX, we already talked about that. So it's basically just a short term for video transmitter and also video receiver. So for example, the O3 unit is the VTX and the FPV goggles 2 is the VRX. At last, let's start with the letter X. We have here also a very important thing for FPV, which is XT30, XT60 and XT90. These are terms for describing the plugs which are used in FPV. So these are 99% of FPV drones are using these exact plugs to connect the battery to the FPV drone. So XT30, the 30 is always like the 30 ampere of continuous current draw. So that's how much current you can send over a longer period of time through that connector. So 30 ampere are enough for like cinewhoops up to 3, maybe 4 inch if it's a lightweight one. But yeah, there you can use XT30 connectors. XT60, 60 ampere continuous current draw and most used for like 4-inch to 7-inch drones. And then we have XT90 with 90 ampere continuous current draw, and these are really most used for 8-inch and everything above, so most likely for every kind of cine lifters. That's it. We've come to an end, and if you got them questions or if I just forgot some terms, let me know in the community. And I hope you enjoyed. I hope that lesson and tutorial really brought some light into the dark sides and the mysterious sides of FPV. Sides doesn't make sense at all, but it was a long day. It's like after 1 a.m. in the morning. I will go right now to sleep. I just wanted to record that video for you guys so we can maybe release it tomorrow. Let's see. And I hope you enjoyed. Let me know your feedback in the community, and I get to sleep now. So have a great day and see you soon. Peace. All right, day 3, how to start into FPV. What a rhyme again here. So let's talk about how to actually start into it. So the first thing you want to start with is with an FPV simulator. Really, please don't start right with buying an FPV drone. Just spending like 500,000 euros when you haven't even tried a simulator. So this is literally the first step you need to do to start into it. Really, do it, please. Because you have no expensive crashes, It's all virtually, so nobody cares if you are crashing on the simulator, but crashing in real life is pretty bad, You will waste a lot of money, you will need to repair a lot, you have lost so much time on doing the repairs, it's shit, So if you start right into just in real life drones, it's gonna end bad, and we don't want to crash, of course, in your first flight, because you want to spend like 500 euros on an FPV drone. You don't want to crash this, so really keep the crashes at the bare minimum, and for that you really need the simulator. And also it's just so cheap to start with a simulator, because I think the following simulator we will do that was around $10 or $15. So this is really absolutely like nothing compared to a full FPV drone. And you are already able to take a first look into the FPV world, Because if you will love the simulator, you will absolutely insanely love flying FPV drones in the real world, you know? And yeah, you can just check on yourself, hey, is it a hobby or a profession I want to go fully into, or I don't like it at all? So this is basically the big advantages of simulators, you know? And again, which is already a great thing, with 1 hour of flying in the simulator, you really have 1 hour of flying, you know, and 1 hour of training. Because with a real FPV flight, you will have to prepare, you know. You will have to charge your LiPo batteries, which is taking around, I don't know, 20, 30 minutes, you know. Again, you have to drive to the location, then you actually have to fly, then you have to change batteries and so on. So for example, if you want to get a real 1 hour of flights into it with a real FPV drone, you definitely need like, I don't know, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours of your time to actually fly 1 hour in real life, you know? And that's basically it. And with 5 hours of simulator flying, you are actually training 5 hours. And this is, again, a big advantage of simulator flying. And then again, you can finally decide after the simulator if you enjoy flying on it or you don't. Because, trust me, but in real life it is like 100 times better. You know, you have your goggles, you are flying in real environments, and if you just discover the cinematic capabilities of what kind of cool shots you can get with that, it is really opening up like another dimension, you know? Nothing you have had like before in your life. You have so many new possibilities with that, and that's yeah, it never gets boring, you know? It's just so much to discover there, and yeah, therefore you can decide on the simulator, hey, do you want to spend way more money into FPV drones, or you don't enjoy flying? So for that, the simulator is perfect. And to finally, to start in the simulator, you need a controller. So I fully recommend you the TBS Tango 2 right here. So as you can see, it's like basically a little bit bigger than like a PlayStation controller. It has all the necessary functions you need to fly FPV drones, but also, you know, it's not so big because there are way bigger radio controllers. I also tried these out, and in my opinion, it's just, you know, too much. It's just so many like buttons and stuff you already don't need with FPV. So this is completely perfect for me. And a lot of pilots I know are flying the exact same controller, and everybody loves it. So this is definitely a great choice if you want to start. Just make sure you buy the normal controller and you use it with mode 2. So that means on the left side, you know, you have your throttle, and the throttle doesn't kind of go back into the middle position. So it doesn't how is it called? It doesn't, you know, it just doesn't go back into middle position, and the right one does, you know. And this is one thing you need when starting with FPV. So just use your mode 2 controller and you are good to go. And again, this controller uses the Crossfire system. So this is a very reliable system. I use it for over 4 years now, and it's pretty reliable. So never had a failsafe with that. So it's very nice. I had one failsafe, so that means that you're losing connection. but that was a bad firmware update, which was like 3 years ago. This is completely fixed now, so don't worry. Yeah, you're absolutely fine. But yeah, that's one tiny thing I had once. But yeah, and it has a great form factor. You know, if you also want to travel and want to just pack it easily into your backpack, the tiny size and the form factor is also a pretty important thing. Also for me, you know, and therefore this one is perfect. And the price for that controller is new, around 189 US dollars. And if you want to save some money, you just can search for a used one on eBay or Facebook Marketplace for something like, yeah, 100 to 130 US dollars if you just want to save some money here. So this is basically what controller I personally use, you know, but just to be fair and just to show you another very good option is the ELRS system instead of Crossfire. So these systems are a little bit lower in price for both the controllers and also the receivers you later on need in your drone. So you will save a little bit more money when you basically use ELRS. But to be fair, I just know that from the pilots in the group, because literally everybody I know and all my other pilot friends are using this one with Crossfire. So I can't really share insights into this system right now. So, you know, just see my recommendation here is not based on like my personal experiences with that system. This is based on some opinions I just got by the group members in here. So if you want to take more more information about that system, definitely just ask in the group, you know, and they can help you better for that system. And one advantage, but also maybe dude, I'm sorry, I just got to the wrong button in here. So, and one advantage of that ELRS system is also because it's open source, you know? So you have way more manufacturers. This one is basically all produced by Team Black Sheep. Dude, what's wrong with my spelling skills today? So this one is made and manufactured by Team Black Sheep, so short TBS, and which are really doing their quality control. And like ELRS is an open source protocol, so all the hardware is also, a lot of different manufacturers are building hardware capable of using ELRS. So yeah, some of these manufacturers are better, some of these are maybe not so good. So yeah, basically definitely ask some people in the community if you want to go that ELRS route. But if you want to follow along that tutorial, I will do everything and setting up it with this controller and the Crossfire system. So you will have definitely a step-by-step guide here with the TBS Tango 2. All right, welcome to day 4. And in this video, we will talk about the introduction to the simulator. And in this video lessons, we will use the uncrashed FPV simulator on Steam. So price-wise, this is right now, I think 13 euros or 13 US dollars. So something between 10 to 15 US dollars. So pretty cheap to start with. And it has great flight feel, also good graphics. It's pretty easy to use and it has a lot of cool maps. So we can really train a lot of different things. And it has also a lot of cool features training with training for cinematic flying, you know? So this is really a great simulator to start with, and yeah, it's also a lot of fun, you know. So it's really is like a video game, you know. It's just like simulating real FPV drones. So see it more like a video game, and yeah, and later on you can play that video game even in real life. So this is, it's just insane, you know. And yeah, other good simulators, to just mention a few, is like Trip FPV, the Drone Racing League simulator, which big advantage is that this is also available on PS4 and Xbox. So if you have one of these, you can also try this one. Also Velocidrone and yeah, Liftoff. But yeah, you know, there are really a lot of good simulators out there. But just to make this really as easy as possible, I will do it now with Uncrashed. And before we are starting into this, because on the simulator you will have always like an overlay about my stick inputs I have here on the radio controller. There are like two basic flight styles you want to know before you just train on the simulator. And really just try it out and do the flight style you enjoy the most, you know? So first one is like, so can you see this? First one is really like a PS4 controller, you know? You're just having your two sticks and you're just using your thumbs to control the stick inputs, and that's it. And then we also have like pinching, which is this. You know, you use your thumb, but also your, yeah, I think it's index finger, right? So you just use your, additionally to your thumb, your index finger, and you control your drone like this, with actually like 2 fingers per stick. And I personally, yeah, I do pinching because it's just my personal preference, you know, but really at the end it is how you feel safer and how you can fly more precise. So it really doesn't matter. You know, there are great pilots out there who are only using their thumbs to fly, and there are great pilots out there who are using 4 fingers to fly. So it's really completely a personal preference. I just wanted to share it with you because I would just right at the start of right now starting into the simulator, I would just decide what fits best for me personally, you know? And yeah, that's it. Then we want to use right now an USB-C to normal USB connector, and then we need a USB-C to USB-C cable. Please don't ask me why it is like that, but if you just use, I'm here on Mac, if you just use a USB-C to USB-C to USB-C cable, it sometimes doesn't work. I have absolutely no clue why this is, but yeah, that's it. So always make sure to use one of these kind of adapters to connect your radio. So as you can see, we have now connected the cable. This end comes into the controller and this end comes into the MacBook. So let's put this in right now. So let's secure the cable real quick. So, all right. And yeah, then we want to put this into the controller, and then again we are going on Steam and we will start Uncrashed right now. And before we start, we are just powering up the controller. All right, and then it is now connected, and then on the display there is like, there should be, oh wait a second, okay, we have to plug out and plug in again. Sometimes it doesn't really check that we want to use the simulator mode. All right, we can already just start up Uncrashed. All right, now it detected it, so we can just, on the display, maybe you can see that, if I just go in right there, there is standing the first one, USB joystick, and this is exactly the one we need. And also RF and joystick mode turn on. Yeah, we want to turn it, turn off, of course, because you know the controller shouldn't send any signals right there. And yeah, we are already, you know, in the interface. So first of all, let's make sure you can see my stick inputs. Where was that? Yeah, so stick overlay is on, so you can see exactly the, you know, the overlay I see in my goggles. You know, basically in some drones you have propellers in view. If you want to fly realistically, you can use that, you know, but I think I will do it off now. And again, I would highly recommend you to enable the crosshair. So you just have, yeah, it helps a lot when you want to frame your, you know, your flights. And again, yeah, you know, you can put all the sounds off, but I think right now that's okay. Graphics, I am personally using like the custom graphics, so nothing interesting. And yeah, you might have to calibrate your sticks. So therefore, go into stick calibration, do the exact same thing, you know, which are on the display, then center the sticks, and then let's press OK. And yeah, and as you can see right now, you see the sticks are assigned the right way. All right. And that's it already to all the stuff we need. So basically we can also, here we can change the rates. So these are basically my personal rates, and the rates, to make it pretty quick, are just how fine-tuned your drone is flying, you know? So if you're doing like here, the maximum input of the stick to the right, how fast is the max rolling velocity of the drone, you know? So here we have like a maximum of 667 degrees per second. So this would basically be almost like 2 complete rolls in 1 second. So, but if you want to start, just feel free to copy exactly my stats right there. So I have, yeah, pretty smooth rates, I would say, but you can fine tune later, and if you want to. All right, so let's get back into the single player. So I think we will now start with the, I think we will just start with the rallycross map. So we can already chase some cars, and you can see on the bottom part of the screen my stick inputs, you know? So this will definitely help you a lot with seeing how I do all the different controls and moves, you know? And when you want to start, so yeah, don't worry at all at anything here, you know? It's a simulator, you can't, nobody cares about crashing, as we can see here, not even the cars care about crashing, so you can literally just fly whatever you want, you know? So let's fly a little bit closer right now and just chase this car a little bit, you know, and just, yeah, film some stuff. Oh, there's the sign. And yeah, we can do a lot of stuff in the simulator. So here it is really just have fun flying around, you know, just do your thing, just, yeah, basically see it as a video game, you know? Just fly around and have fun practicing. So this was finally the introduction, and now in the next lesson we will talk about what skills you should have in the simulator to be able to, to finally, you know, to transition to the real FPV drone. Oh dude, it's already so much fun. Just only flying in the simulator. So let's see what cool stuff we can do. Yeah, I think anyways, see you soon in the next, you know, in the next lesson. And yeah, see you soon in the next lesson. And there we will talk about all the important skills you have to master before you transition with your real FPV drone. So, see you soon. Welcome back, and yeah, today we're gonna talk about all the different skills you need to master on the simulator to finally be able to transition to real life FPV drones. Alright, so the first thing we want to talk about is the camera angle. So this is basically the angle of the FPV camera on your drone, and how steep it is actually, you know, how steep it is actually, like, yeah, angled, you know. So let me explain this real quick to you. So for here we can do that pretty easily. So here, for example, on that drone, you know, this is right now would be around the camera angle of, like, yeah, this would be right 0 degrees, you know, completely perfectly vertical right now. So don't worry, this is just the 3D printed parts. I need to all this pretty quickly. So we have, like, yeah, right now, let's say maybe 10, 15 degrees, something like this. And right now we have like 30 degrees, you know? And the faster your camera angle, the steeper your camera angle is, the faster your drone is flying in general, you know? And why is that? Because if you just have like a 0 degree angle, you know, this is the FPV camera right here, and this is, you know, always pointing forward to you. So if you want to chase like a car, you do it something like this, you know, and the drone is angled like this, so not so much, you know. So this would be for pretty slow movements. If you want to fly faster now, let's see something like this, you know, because the drone has to be angled more to reach faster speeds. Then you literally just look into the ground, you know. So for example, we can also just test this pretty quickly out here on the simulator by just going into the drone settings, and we want to have like a camera angle of 50 degrees, and 50 degrees is pretty steep, okay? So save and resume, and let's try this out. And as you can already see, just look at my left stick. So just to have kind of, you know, the cars, and to see the track, we have to already fly like in mid throttle range right now. And just, this is full throttle right now. You see that? This is absolutely full throttle. So yeah, and if we want to chase one of these cars now, we are basically too fast, as we are just looking into the thing, you know, and also we are flying downwards. So this is, this is basically way too high, way too much angle. But for example, if we go to escape, and let me see, we are putting like a, I think right there, let's say like a 15 degree angle. So let me tell you on the on the real drone again. So 15 degrees would be something like this, I think, you know? And if we have like these faster rally cars, as you can see, if the car is located something like here, we can perfectly chase it. So, you know, so for example, if you chase faster moving objects like racing cars, which are driving at like 80 to 100 kilometers per hour, you need a steeper and higher camera angle. And if you're flying like, for example, indoors, you know, and you don't, you just want to fly pretty slow, you want already like a very low camera angle, something like 5 degrees or something like that, you know? So this is basically, the science between camera angles. And this is one thing you really have to understand. So really, if you're now training a lot on the simulator, keep this in mind, change the camera angle, just, you know, try different angles and just get to know all of this. So this is really the first thing you want to learn when training with the simulator. And also, you know, understand it, because this will just help you so much when you are flying in real life, you know, because you have to change always the camera angle on that subject you want to chase later. And and then let's do some maneuvers here. So first we want to do is again go into the drone settings. Let's save it with the 16 degrees, and now we can already see the angle fits much better now to chase these drift cars, you know, and to always keep it in frame. So this is a big advantage, and we can just way easier get to them also just in the curves and stuff. And that's it about the camera angle. So I think we could even go a little bit steeper, so something like 20 degrees or maybe even 23 or something would be perfect right now, because I'm a little bit, sometimes too, oh Jesus Christ. And that's the cool thing of the simulator, you know? Nobody cares about the crashes in here. And that's it with the camera angles. But for now, let's just train something a little bit easier at first, because of course you're just starting out. So let's land real quick. All right, landed. And so the first thing we want to just do is just hover, you know? So really just start your drone and just try to hold the altitude, you know? Because it's not working like DJI, you have to do that manually. So search for some kind of thing you want to kind of target here with the crosshair. So for example, let's do these lamps, you know? And I want to just position myself in front of these lamps and want to hover. You see? And this is really not easy. And just hold your position right now. You see that? And just train this. So just position hold and altitude hold, and do that again with different, you know, with different camera angles. So you always know exactly how to hold your position. And in simulator, this is again pretty easy, because in real life it isn't so easy, because you just have like, you know, you have like wind and some more stuff going on. So just search for some point of interest and hold your position. And you will notice pretty fast that this will not be Easy. And this is your first exercise you want to do. All right, then let me check on my list. Then this is basically hovering and altitude holding. And then we want to do like, let's fly through gaps. And for that, at first we want to go into the drone settings because we want to do it pretty slowly. We want to start with a camera angle of like 5 because that's perfect for like, you know, flying slowly. So let's search for a gap right there. We can do that with that gap in here. So let's just fly through that one. And as you can see, this, yeah, I think this will be definitely a challenge to do first if you've never done that before, you know. So just basically search yourself some gaps, just fly through them, and yeah, you can do further variations like slaloms, you know, or I don't know, fly here through gaps. And that's basically the second exercise. So flying pretty slowly through different gaps. And then let's do the same thing with like faster speeds. So instead of 5 degrees, we are doing like now 15 degrees and doing that faster, you know. So also have to get used to that controller right here. So let's see, what gap do we want? Maybe we could do like this gap and then fly through this. All right, so we found our gap and let's see. Let's just take a look at our starting point. And we have it, I think, right there. So we want to fly way faster than before through that gap and again also to that gaps right there. So this is like, and then we can also do that gap. Let's speed it up a little, and as you can see, as I'm giving more throttle, the framing of the drone just changes completely. And this is, again, the magic and the importance of the camera angle. Yo, you can't crash into these guys? No, okay. So I think I just flew kind of into it. Huh? Okay. Okay, these are not good obstacles because it seems like you can really kind of fly, kind of go through them, you know? All right. Yeah, and then let's do it again also with, you know, something like 25 degrees, which is way faster again. So let's get into the starting position, and I think we did it, where was it? Here. So let's go into the starting position again, and let's take a look. So now we need to really have a great starting position, and I think it should be something like this. And then again, flying through here, flying through that, trying to even get more speed on. Also flying through this one. And yeah, that's it. And we can even, you know, you can do that for whatever drone angle you want, you know. You can do that for 35 degrees and all that stuff. But basically we want to have, yeah, just play with the angle, play with the speeds, and yeah, just train a lot, you know. So let me see, I'm getting a call in real quick, but I don't have time right now. So let's get to the next point, and this one is braking. Also very important point. So let's do it, start again with very low camera angle. with like 5 degrees. And for that exercise, we are searching just a wall, you know. Yeah, right there we have a pretty big wall, and we want to train braking with the drone. So if you're flying towards anything, just look at my sticks. You can just fly towards it and then do like full throttle. So you're looking up and you're going back, and do like a full throttle pretty quickly, you know? So for example, let's do a dive here, and you can't hit this gap right there. Then you have to brake, you know? So, and to be able to do that, yeah, let's do a brake, or let's train braking. So, I'm coming towards it, doing like a quick full throttle move and pitching up. So, yeah, we don't crash into these walls right there, you know? And so for that exercise, yeah, we are taking the basic moves you have to know and brake. That's the basic move you have to do there, you know? And it also depends and is different with every camera angle you have. You know, this is again something you have to train with different angles. So, because if we are going up for like, let's go for 20 degrees, this is again a little bit different because you are flying faster. It's basically the same move. So let's see. Let's flying through that wall and braking, you know? You have way less reaction time, and you have to just use more throttle to recover from faster moves. Let's do it again. And braking. And you have to, yeah, to just performing the brake move even faster. And yeah, and this is pretty important for a lot of reasons. So just to save yourself from a lot of crashes and stuff, you know, that's yeah, that's a key move you definitely want to master. You see, we just didn't brake and a crash happened. And you don't want to crash, because in real life this is gonna be pretty expensive. So just try to train it also in the simulator, you know? Then again, this right now seems pretty basic, but you also want to train to land, you know? So for example, I have that urge to fly through that roll right now. Let's search for a tiny, yeah, platform we can just land on, you know? So basically, let's start with something bigger. For example, this thing right here, you know? So we want to land on that one. So what we do, we are slowing down, and then we are gonna land, and that's it. And this is exactly how you do it in real life also. And then you're gonna disarm your drone, you know? So disarm means just stopping the propellers to spin. And before you start, you have always to arm, then your propellers are spinning, and then you can use throttle, you know, and do that. So this is about arming and disarming. So yeah, and that's it. And then we can do the same. So if you just have, you know, the basics and you got that already, we can just search for like a smaller platform. So maybe the roof of that yeah, excavator right there. So let's land on that one and land. And that's it, you know? And really, please train it, because landing is with FPV drones not as easy as with, like, again, with DJI drones. And again, do it with different angles, so you really, yeah, know what you're doing when you're flying in real life. Then we got the landing. Then we can also do some indoor flying. So general, if you want to fly indoor, you want to use lower camera angles, So something like 5 degrees is great at the start. And yeah, and then just try to fly indoors. And the tighter the rooms, the harder it is to fly indoors. And you will also learn that more sensitive moves, you know? Just fly through gaps, fly through all that. We have even cars. Can we fly through that? Also, is that open? Oh yeah, these are open. Okay, so we can also try to just, you know, fly through these very tight gaps and go into these cars basically. And, you know, just also generally try to train the indoor stuff. Okay, that's not a room. That's not so exciting. But I think we also can change the map real quick. So let's go back to the main menu and change the map to maybe an indoor map. Oh, this seems like a very nice map with tiny rooms. So let's see what we can do in here. Yeah, okay, that is nice. Yeah, I think we will just fly in one of these rooms right now and take a look. So we have also somewhere a drift track. Yeah, here, racetrack. This is pretty nice to do. Oh, well, there we need a higher camera angle, something like 50 degrees. And so let's try it. And let's see if that angle is a good one. So where do we have the first cars? Ah, there we have a car. And you know, just chasing these cars, following along. Also here the physics are pretty nice. This makes also a lot of fun. And yeah. Okay, now he's speeding up. As you can see, angle could be definitely higher right now. And yeah, just try to chase these guys right there and do the different stuff, you know? So just fly behind them, try to also do like an orbit around them. For example, here in the U-turn. And yeah, just, you know, don't forget the fun. Just fly around as much as you can and use these, all these tips I give you here, kind of an indicator if you're finally ready to shoot in real life or you don't, or you're not ready. So, what have I also on my list? Yeah, and then again, two things you want to do is like a dive. So here with the balloon, we can do that pretty easily. So you're just flying pretty close to the balloon and then dive it down. Get close to the ground and then putting in the throttle. And that's it. That was a dive. And let's go right to the next one where we want to do like a power loop. So let's do it, for example, right here. So we want to fly through it, then throttle up, do a looping, you know, then we have to just cancel the throttle right now, and then we want to fly under that again. Do it again. and yeah, you know, and you can just do that really quicker, so you don't throttle up so much, or you can do it also pretty fast. I'm also not a master by myself doing power loops. And these are basically all the stuff you wanna train, you know? So if you have like you feel pretty safe with that tricks and you can even do it better than me, you know, then you are definitely ready to go, you know? And yeah, that's it basically with the simulator. So I think we will now just unplug here real quick and go back into the main menu. So these were basically all the different skills you need to have to just be pretty safe in real life, you know. So hovering, fly slowly through gaps, fly fast through gaps, braking. So also like almost full speed into braking down to basically 0 speed. The landing, the fly indoors, we did the chasing cars, we also did the orbiting and the dives and the power loops now at the end. So yeah, also I think the list is kind of, yeah, basically pretty easy or easy to learn to like pretty hard to learn to the power loops and so on. So this is basically, yeah, the list. And if you got this, and of course, you know, understanding the camera angle and experimenting with that a lot, you are pretty ready for real FPV flying. So I would highly recommend you to really practice a lot in the simulator, because it makes your life so much easier when you have your first real FPV drone. Also really. So I think I practiced like 50 to 100 hours on the simulator until I first did my first real flight, you know. And I was really bad at first, so it took me quite long to just kind of keep the drone in the air, and it was kind of a long journey. So of course this is kind of, you know, individually how good you are and so on. So basically I think I would take at least 20 hours in the simulator. Some of you may need like 50 hours, some of you may need like 100 hours as I did. Yeah, this is of course depending on your on your skills individually, but definitely the more you practice in the simulator, the safer and less you will for sure crash less if you just learn a lot in the simulator. And yeah, and you also have to keep in mind, you know, also if you're feeling pretty safe in real life, you in the simulator, in real life, there are a lot of additional stuff you have to keep in mind, because you have wind. You have like, you know, you have first time your FPV goggles on, which is completely another feeling. And then also you don't see your surroundings, you know. Then all of a sudden also just standing normally is pretty hard. Then you also move your head around, you know. This is also what happens when you're flying first in real life. So really try to just keep your head normally, and this, you know, you will, first flight you will 100% just move your head like this around, you know. I also did, but this is definitely something you want to kind of get rid of. And also one thing I did also was like moving away from obstacles with your head, you know. So if you're flying to a gap and you have your FPV goggles on, so instead of the drone steering to the left, so flying into the gap, you just do that move right there and you will crash, you know. So this is also some stuff you have to keep in mind. So the transition from simulator to real life is a big one, you know. And you also have like birds, you also have to have a look at your battery life. You have sometimes crashes and then you just really need to repair something. and not just, you know, restart as in the simulator and all that stuff. So yeah, that's it basically here. And yeah, so we already are right now at the day 5 of your 10-day FPV journey, you know? And now you have all the theory and all the stuff you need to know to start training in the simulator. And I really want you to train right now. So what I did is really to, yeah, it's not level 2, it's actually level 3. So you really get good at it. So I just, it's already level 3? There we have level, I don't know. What is happening today? Yeah, so basically what I right now did is I just locked the day 5 to, no, the day 6 to day 10 lessons. So you really need to level up also in the community, additionally to your simulator flight skills, you know. So because, yeah, the day 1 to day 5 was just for everybody accessible for, yeah, level 1, you know. But now for the next lessons where we really dive into the real drone equipment, the things you need to start into real life flying, the drones and all that stuff, this is accessible now at level 3 in the group. So you have to also level up in the group. And yeah, don't worry, this is not taking ages, you know, you can easily like reach level 2 or a level 3 in the group, like in, I don't know, if you really push it hard, you will have it like in an hour or something. So just really engage with the people in there, help them, or maybe also, you know, ask some questions. You just easily level up by, you know, engaging in the community. I like posts, also receive likes from other people, and you will be very fast at level 3 in the school community. So it's pretty simple. Also, basically, if you just introduce yourself and you get like, I think 1 or 2 or 3 likes on your introduction, you already are level 2, you know? So it's really not that hard to get there. And then when you are level 3 and if you have trained on the simulator, yeah, feel free to go to the next lessons. And finally, yeah, take a look into day 6 to day 10, where we will talk about equipment, the drones, and finally in day 10, getting your first safe flight in real life. And that's it. So yeah, of course, you know, keep your learn at your own speed, how you feel safe. Of course, you can just right now level up to level 3 and already, you know, unlocking day 6 to day 10. So this is, yeah, this is no problem at all. And then you can just kind of binge watch everything. And maybe also ordering right at the start your first FPV drone. You know, then in like 1 or 2 weeks, it is already coming to you. And then you already got your 10, 20 hours in the simulator in and you can fully start into it, you know. So that's also possible. Yeah, do it in your own speed and how you want to do it. And yeah, you definitely have now the first needed knowledge to do everything. And yeah, that's it almost for day 5. So, as I love to put that kind of quotes into my presentations, because it's a nice touch, I think. Yeah, the sky is not the limit, it's just the beginning. The same as you are just at the beginning of your FPV journey right now. Yeah, you have a lot of great stuff coming in front of you, you know? So really just putting the FPV goggles on the first time, it's absolutely mind-blowing. So yeah, look forward to what is coming soon. And yeah, I'm happy to just, you know, help you on your FPV journey as best as I can. So yeah, that's it. If you have like any questions left, feel free to just post something in the community, you know, also because you want to level up, of course. So if you want to know anything, I don't know, about anything FPV related, of course, just take a look and yeah, enjoy the community as much as I do by myself. So yeah, it was a pleasure to guide you through day 5 and see you soon at day 6. All right, have a great day and see you soon. Peace. Welcome back and yeah, welcome to the 10-day FPV school, but now from day 6 to day 10. So what are we going to cover in these next 5 days? So first of all, in this lesson we will talk about the beginner FPV setups. So what drones are good to start with, what is the best controller, what charger do you need. So literally we will talk about 3 different setups you can start with into your FPV journey. Then next thing is on day 7, so basically the video after that, we will talk about FPV LiPo batteries. So how to charge, how to handle them with caution, because these batteries are can be dangerous. So there are really some houses who burned down because of these batteries. And so you don't have these problems, We will talk about that also. And then we have day 8. There we will talk about the drone in general and how to bind. So basically how to connect your controller to the drone and also how to connect your FPV goggles to the drone's FPV camera. Then the next step is to get you in the air is how to set up the Betaflight firmware. So the cool thing is with bind and fly drones, almost everything is already done, but it's not really, only connect and go right into flying FPV. That's not that easy. It's pretty easy, but we have to set up some things and some stuff before you really can go out to day 10 and do your first real FPV flight, and then you already have reached your goal. So in day 10 I will tell you all about how to do your first safe flight. You already are pretty good prepared, all the different steps to set up your drone, what drone to buy, what kind of exercises you needed to master in the simulator. So now you are really ready to do your first flight and of course how to not end in a disaster, So you really are well prepared for your first FPV flight here. Alright, and as always, if you enjoy what I'm doing here, feel free to follow me on YouTube, on Instagram or on TikTok for more exclusive FPV content. So I'm also, right now trying my best to also publish again more content on Instagram and stuff. And feel free to also take a look here. And again, I really want to build this, the biggest platform for FPV pilots all over the world. So the more pilots we have in here, the better and the greater this community will be. So really do me a favor, share this community if you like it so far with all your friends, family, I don't know, everybody who is in FPV interested. And so we really can grow pretty big on this awesome platform here. And this is a very important video, so really please watch it from the start to the end so you really don't miss on any important steps in your setup, in your your shopping list, for example. So what equipment you need and so on. This video is without any music, so you have the choice. You can use your own music, you can just hear in the background if you want to, and you can listen to it or you can just fully focus on the learnings and yeah, do whatever you want. So grab some coffee and enjoy all the learnings I am gonna teach you. So, and again, if you want to save some time, feel free to watch the video in 2 times speed. So let's talk about the beginner FPV setup. All right, as always, I'm gonna use my glass of water here. So basically, if you want to start out, there are like 2 different approaches on how you can start. You know, so the best and really needed start is, as you always and as you already did, hopefully, start in the simulator, you know? And if you did that a pretty long time, then you can fly in real life. But there are a lot of different drones you can start. And there are, for example, the first option is really start with a tiny whoop, like a complete set. And as you can see in the image, these drones are really tiny. So it's basically like it's fitting into your palm of your hand. It's, I don't know, weighing around 50 grams, you know, so it's really, really tiny. And these sets are also pretty cheap. So this entrance into real FPV is costing you around 180 to 300 US dollars. And yeah, that's basically one option to start with. Oh, I'm sorry, there were 2. Yeah, the pros of that, it's pretty cheap, you know? So this is basically the cheapest drone FPV entrance you can get. It doesn't get any cheaper. So if you're really on a budget, buy this setup, and this is, you know, it's almost impossible to get a bigger drone setup for around, under 500 euros, you know. So this is definitely the thing you want to look into if you just have a budget of like 180 to 300 US dollars. And then a big pro is also that there are like full kits available. So you only need to buy one kit and you already have the FPV goggles, the controller, the drone, and most likely also 1 or 2 batteries to fly with. Also, these drones are pretty lightweight. So again, if you do a crash, you know, with a 50-gram drone, there can't really happen so much, you know. Of course, these drones are also not uncrashable, so there might also be some damages, but to everything else, you know, it's pretty hard to crash and to damage these tiny drones. So yeah, that's basically about that. And you can also pretty easily fly indoors. So if you have like bad weather, and it's raining, you just can fly indoors. And and as I said, the crashes are pretty soft. So nothing comparable to like a crash with a 600-gram drone. The negative points, the disadvantages are here that it's so lightweight that you really can't fly it nicely when you have like a little breeze of wind already. You know, the wind will just push the drones so much away then that it's really not so much fun flying these drones with just a little bit of wind, you know? And if you got like stronger winds, it's hard to fly. So this is really just for indoors, or if you really have outside almost no wind, then this is a good option to use. Also, these goggles, it has a reason why this set is so cheap, you know? So this is not the best equipment you want to use later on. So this is basically like a setup between a real FPV drone and the simulator, you know? So it's basically like something in between. So if you just wanna start FPV but don't have a budget right now, this kind of is closing this gap, you know. And so basically, if you want to start after a tiny whoop into a real FPV drone, you know, you then have to buy most likely again a controller and again a FPV goggles, because that equipment is just not the best one. You know, it's enough to start, but later on, and if you love FPV, and I really can't say if you enjoy the simulator, you will like 99%, you will absolutely love FPV. So you will most likely upgrade in some time in your journey. And also, you know, the video quality of these drones is not really good. You know, of course you can use it and you can fly, but it's absolutely not comparable with like HD, the systems you have, and I will finally introduce you to in the option 2. So this, yeah, it can be fun, you know, but it's not really comparable to a real FPV drone. For beginners, completely okay. Nothing speaks against starting with a tiny whoop. But yeah, I think now it's time to continue with option 2. And option 2 is a bind and fly drone. So basically, of course, this is like really start right from the simulator into a good high quality equipment. So this is basically around 1,500 US dollars. So don't correct me here, you know, it can be 1,600 or 1,400 depending on the gear and on what, you know, what country you are from and so on, but basically around 1,500 US dollars to start with. And yeah, we have a lot of advantages here. So basically you have right at the start very high quality FPV equipment. So basically really the best which is out there, which will help you, you know, just have the most fun, because the image quality in the goggles is just insane, very good. So I also recommend you to start like this, because, you know, FPV is something you don't want to do for like a week. You are starting that because you want to do it for months and even years, you know. So just right at the start, investing in great equipment will save you a lot of time in the long term, you know. So basically everybody I knew who started FPV and wanted to go the cheap route first, so basically whether it is tiny whoop or it is like, you know, just cheaper equipment and just spending like 500 euros, enjoyed it so much that they just a month later they upgraded to the better equipment, you know. And then you have all the stuff, the cheap equipment just lying around, you know, and then it's also costing like 300 to 500 euros. So then you basically wasted more money than if you would have right at the start invested in great equipment you don't regret buying. And you also don't need to upgrade, you know, because it's already pretty good. And yeah, that is why I highly recommend you just starting with a good quality, FPV gear. And again, we have, you know, these goggles have really, depending on the goggle and the system, but you really have like 810p, I think, and like 1080p. So really high quality video in your FPV goggles. So this is basically a lot of fun because it's just so very immersive in your goggles. But of course, there are some disadvantages. As the first one, of course, the higher price. And the second one, if you crash, you know, it's pretty likely that it's gonna be more expensive than with like a tiny whoop, you know? These are definitely the disadvantages of this more expensive setup. But yeah, higher price is, in my opinion, something you want to do because it's basically just way more fun, if you're spending more, as said before, and in thinking in long term, it is cheaper than buying like middle gear equipment, spending like 500 euros, 300 euros on that, and then upgrading to the high quality equipment that I just can say all my FPV friends did exactly this. Also, I did this. So yeah, if I would start over, I would right into invest in great equipment. And again, the more expensive crashes, this is definitely a disadvantage here. But that's the reason why I really recommend you starting and training a lot, and really a lot in the simulator, you know? Because if you really master the simulator, you won't crash like every flight, you know? And this is also with the help of this course. I really try to give you everything you need to know and give you all the tips and stuff so you don't crash often, you know? Of course, I would lie if, you know, it will happen one day, for sure. But the art and the trick is here to keep it at a minimum, you know? And if you crash, also not crash with like 100 kilometers per hour into like a concrete wall, you know? That your FPV drone will basically explode and is complete fucked, you know? So yeah, so that's one thing. So the art is really here to crash as soft as possible. So you maybe just have to change a propeller, which is costing you at the end like $1 to $2, and you already can fly again, you know? And so yeah, crashing is definitely a thing in FPV, but with all the tips I give you and with a lot of time in the simulator, you can really keep it at a minimum. And if you crash, you know, it's gonna not end completely bad for you if you follow the tips. So you don't really have to like buy a new drone after just one flight. That will definitely not be the case. So maybe you have to, you know, buy a second pair of propellers, just yeah, switching this up, spending like $5, I don't know, and then you can fly again, you know? And of course, the more you train and the more you fly and the more high risk maneuvers you will do, the more likely it is to crash. And of course, if you just fly at the, let's say in a forest or just like, I don't know, on a countryside, you know, with just like a few trees and no concrete somewhere. So if you just crash into grass, basically nothing bad can really happen because it's pretty soft, a soft crash basically. But of course, if you know, just right fly in a bando with like a lot of concrete, a lot of buildings and stuff and metal things, these crashes of course are way harder than into grass. So yeah, just don't fly at the start in some bandos, you know? But yeah, so I think you hopefully got the point I want to share here. And yeah, so as said before, my recommendation is really the option 2. Just take way more time in the simulator to be really, really safe. And then, you know, I also have a lot of pilot friends who had just told the same. They really just spend like 20, 30, 40 hours or 50 or even 100 in the simulator, did their first flight, you know, and everything went well. And then they, yeah, just train a lot, push it even harder, and yeah, one day they will crash into soft grass, most likely if you do it, you know. Then you switch a propeller and you're good to go and just continue, you know. So that's basically the right tactic here with starting FPV. And yeah, why? Basically, you want to think long-term with FPV, you know? I'm pretty sure you don't want to spend like a lot of money into a hobby. You just try it once and then you don't enjoy it, you know? Then rather save your money, you know? Don't buy an FPV drone and then just do another hobby, you know? So you're saving yourself a lot of time and a lot of energy So FPV is just a hobby like you really will get the most out of it if you really go fully into. It's insanely awesome and nice. I can't recommend it more to you, but if you're just the type of person who is like switching hobbies really quick, then FPV won't be the thing for you, honestly. So rather save your time and money and try something else, you know, because yeah, you have to learn it, and it's a lot to learn. So it's a kind of a long-term hobby, you know. And yeah, it's kind of like you can compare it going to the gym. So for example, if you go once to the gym and you want to start your weight loss journey, you won't see any improvement, you know. But you go once or 3 times every week for like a year and you will see some results. And that's basically the same with FPV, you know. You will do your first flight in the simulator and you will be miserably bad, you know. That's just how it is, you know. The start is always the hardest. But then if you keep going, you have like 20, 30, 40, 50 hours in the simulator, and you finally can do the first cool moves in here. And then you just enjoy it more, you know. So this is basically why already in the simulator you should decide, okay, is FPV for me or not? And if yes, go fully into it, buy great equipment, and yeah, enjoy it even more in the long term, or just don't do it at all. So this is basically my strategy I teach you guys, because that would be the same I would do it right now if I had to start over again. And yeah, that's it. And the strategy is also proved from basically almost all my FPV mates I have. So literally nobody learned it really with a tiny whoop. All people just trained insanely long in the simulator and just started right away with a bind and fly drone. And yeah, that's it. And yeah, so for you now, it's literally up to you to decide if you wanna dive into it or not, because now in the next slide, yeah, okay, just some things here again to the tiny whoop. So basically, as I said, option 1, the tiny whoop is like 180 to 300 US dollars, and I also want to mention it because basically nothing speaks against it. You know, there are a lot of people in the community who have learned it this way, so it actually works, you know, but it isn't how I would actually start into it, you know. And again, I didn't start like that. I have not tried any tiny whoop yet, so I really can't also recommend you any kit here because I've not really tried anything. So I can't recommend you something I haven't tried by myself, you know. So I won't give you any like buying advice here. So this is literally a thing you have to ask the community members if you want to go that route with the tiny whoop, you know. But as I said, my recommendation is, so why don't you continue? All right. Yeah, my recommendation is the bind and fly drone. And again, as a bind and fly drone, you literally have like different options again with what kind of drone you want to start. There are so many possibilities out there, you know, it's really a lot. So I just tried to summarize it into like 3 good beginner setups. So and of course the shopping list, you know. Under that video I will do like 3 shopping lists, so you know exactly what kind of stuff you must have in order to start with one of these setups. So if you want to, and you just can check the shopping list out and buy exactly what I have mentioned there with the links. You know, you can use the links. You can also use other shops to buy the same things in your country. So that's up to you. And yeah, and then you really have all the 100% must-have equipment to get you started and to get you, yeah, to your first flight, you know? So don't worry about compatibility here. It's literally all in the shopping lists. So the first setup you can see on the left, and this is the Cinelog 25. So if you want, yeah, depending on your country, you know, the sub 250 gram mark is basically, from the drone law perspective, the easiest to fly. And you almost can basically fly everywhere with this setup because it's, yeah, the law just allows it to. So again, I'm not a lawyer. Please inform yourself how it is working in your country. But like here in Europe, it's the easiest and chillest way to fly is sub 250 gram drones. So yeah, if you just want to fly, for example, in like a city park or something, then most likely you will have to start with a sub 250 gram drone and Cinewhoop. And here I highly can recommend you the Cinelog 25. And the cool thing is all these drones have basically an O3 air unit in it. And that means you don't really need any action camera for the start. So, you know, you can just save these additional $400 US for an action camera and can just directly record on the FPV camera. And this is pretty nice, you know, because, yeah, most of you guys, I think, will want to record their flights to have some great footage to work with or for social media. And this camera is, for beginners, definitely absolutely enough from the quality side. And yeah, that's basically the first setup. The second one is the picture in the middle, and this is the Cinelog 35. So this drone is definitely heavier. It's not under 250 grams, but it has, yeah, it is heavier, so it's also greater to fly in wind. And it has, yeah, even more power. And this drone can even, yeah, carry a full-size action camera, like a, I don't know, a GoPro Hero 12 or the DJI Action series cameras. And yeah, it's an awesome drone. It has great power. And if you just want a little bit more bigger, you can really work with that one to start with. But again, it has like prop guards. These, if you want to fly like, yeah, basically some kind of freestyle, then these prop guards are not the best. So this is literally only for like cinematic pilots, because these can also break, and it's a little bit not so nice to repair, you know. And yeah, that's this drone. And the drone on the right is the iFlight Evoke F5D. So that's basically my recommendation to start with. So this is basically a drone where you can really do all the cool maneuvers you are seeing on all over Instagram. You know, these drones have a lot of power. So again, you know, you have to know what you are doing with these drones, because also these can be pretty dangerous. But I will talk more about that in your first flight in that video. You can also put a full-size GoPro on it. But for the start, you can again just record with the O3 air unit. And yeah, and this is all about the drones. So for starting, I would highly recommend you the third option on the right, the iFlight Evoke F5D, because it's, yeah, you know, it's great for outdoors. What you can't do with that drone is really fly near people, but as you are a beginner, you know, you don't really want to do that at the start. So yeah, I wouldn't recommend doing that and flying near to people as a beginner. So this shouldn't be not really on your list to do if you're just starting out. But if you want to do directly fly near people, then the Cinevoop options are definitely better for you. All right, and let's see. Somehow my presentation. All right. So now you have, all about your drone. What again do we need? As already said, you need, of course, a controller, which hopefully you have already bought for your simulator. So just really go with the TBS Tango 2. I think you should already have it right now because you, of course, trained a lot in the simulator. Then you can easily just use this one. And then for the goggles, again, we have like two good options. The first one is the DJI FPV Goggles 2, which are like the newest ones right now. But there are already like leaks that newer goggles are releasing soon in a few weeks, I think. And yeah, so I don't know much about the new goggles, so I can just right now speak about this. But the cool thing is, if that new goggles are releasing, these both goggles will also drop again in price. So I think this will be definitely for the next few months the best budget and future-proof solutions. So you are, I think, pretty good to go with both of these systems. And the DJI Goggles 2 is the goggle on the right. It has like 1080p video quality, so this is definitely the best option right now. And it's pretty small and lightweight. And the goggles on the left are the DJI FPV Goggles V2. So that V is, makes literally a big difference, And it is the model before the other goggle, and it's so a little bit cheaper and has not as good video quality, but it has like 810p quality, so it's also pretty good, but not as HQ than the newer goggles. So, and as I said before, I can fully recommend you the DJI Goggles 2, so the ones on the right. So, of course, it's a little bit more expensive, but if you see it long term, you will, have more future proof with the newer goggles, in my opinion, and also have like better quality and so on. All right. So, and the cool thing is, as said before, both can use the O3 air unit. So you really have no need for additional action cameras for beginners. So you can save that money and just go with this, All right, so then let's talk about chargers. So again, like two options for you guys. The budget solution is again the one on the left, which is called the ISDT D2 Mark II. And this is around new for like $110 US. So yeah, this is definitely a great high quality charger. And it's awesome. So I also use it by myself. And this charger can basically charge like 2 batteries at once. So I literally don't recommend any chargers who can just only charge 1 battery, because it makes your life as an FPV pilot pretty hard, because 1 battery gives you like 5 minutes of flight time. And of course you want to fly more than 5 minutes, so you just need a lot of batteries. And let's say like 10 batteries, it's taking you so much more time just charging than just having a charger who can just charge 2 batteries at once. So definitely do me a favor, and also do yourself a favor, buy at least a charger who can charge 2 batteries at once. And again, the best solution, but also a little bit more expensive, is the SkyRC Q200 Neo. This one is also a great charger. I also have it by myself, And the cool thing is this one can charge up to 4 batteries at once. So yeah, this is basically the main difference, and this is, yeah, something like 160 US dollars. And yeah, now you can decide what charger you want to use. So basically my recommendation is, for a beginner, you can just start with the ISDT D2 because it has everything you need to start, and I don't think you will right at the start have like 50 batteries, you know. So basically if you have like 5 to 10 batteries, the ISDT D2 is definitely enough to charge. And yeah, if you got the money and you want to be really future-proof and to have a more chilled life as an FPV pilot, you know, then yeah, buy the charger who can charge 4 batteries on the right. So let's see. And again, these are like the basic gear you need to start into FPV. And there are some other additional gear you also need, you know. So the first thing, of course, is like an FPV LiPo battery. So basically to fly, you only need one. But as I said, one is only like 5 minutes, then you have to charge again, which is taking you something like 30 minutes or 1 hour, depending on the battery. So I would highly recommend you at the start buy something like 3, 5 or even 10 batteries. So something in this range. Basically the more the better, you can fly just longer without charging, but yeah, something like this is definitely recommended. And again, you need an FPV safety bag or a box to store your LiPo batteries. Why this is so important, we will talk about that in the next lesson. But yeah, it is very important. So more to that topic soon. And yeah, I don't really want to go into a lot of details here. So that's why I have the shopping list, you know, that you can just look into it and just order exactly these parts. And you don't have to, you know, worry about any compatibility if you just order these. You know that you have like the perfect batteries for that perfect drone, and anything is just working like a charm together. So I don't have to explain you now like even 5 hours more all about the compatibility topic on FPV, because it's just pretty complex because there is so much stuff out there right now. And yeah, so just take a look in the shopping list, and if you want to start, just order everything and you are good to go here. And yeah, and again, we have basically like 3 shopping lists for every drone setup you want to start with. So the sub 250 gram drone, the Cinelog 25, then the second drone, the Cineboop with full size GoPros, and a little bit bigger, the Cinelog 35, and like the basic 5-inch cinematic FPV drone, the Evoke F5D. So this is, you know, like every of these drones has one shopping list. And if you, for example, just want to start with the Cinelog 35, then buy everything under that drone category, you know? And yeah, that's it. And you know, there's a lot to mention when starting into FPV. Like you even can buy action cameras, you can buy like additional equipment you may need, and so much more. So I really just wanted to really list in these shopping lists all the must-haves you really 100% need to get started in FPV. And yeah, there's so much more to talk about, but yeah, these are really only the basics you need to start with. We are already in the next day, and today it is all about FPV LiPo batteries. So to show you why these guys are so dangerous. Let's take a look into this video.
See, this is my FPV drone battery. Do you know how dangerous this is?
And these are very toxic smokes, you know? So if you have one of these situations, really, don't inhale that stuff. Don't try to save anything. It's really very toxic. And this is not exaggerated, you know? It is really exactly like this. I also had this kind of situations like 1 or 2 times in my life already. And we also almost lost our house to that. So yeah, maybe I can share that story pretty quickly. So basically my dad, who is also doing like flying airplanes and stuff. So he, so RC airplanes, who was already also charging a LiPo battery. And he was, luckily, he was just, you know, sitting 2 meters away from the charger. And the battery was charging, and somehow he just heard some weird noises coming from the battery. And he immediately just took the charger and threw it basically out of the house, you know. And yeah, immediately after that, he threw it out. It bursted into flames, you know. This was really a big flame. This stuff is burning like for 5 minutes. And you can't really end the fire with water, you know? Water does exactly nothing. So this will continue to burn until it stops. So this is why this is so, yeah, so dangerous, you know? And it really is exactly like shown in this video. So this is real. So the reason I show you this is not because, you know, I want to don't be afraid of these batteries, you know. Normally they are fine, but have in mind, if you do something with them, you know, have a good respect of the potential harm these batteries can cause. So yeah, definitely keep this in mind. This is pretty important. And yeah, thanks to Starboy FPV for sharing this video. So yeah, it helps you guys to get a little bit aware of that dangers here. And again, you know, always really handle these LiPo batteries with caution. Again, store them in a safety bag or box, as you can see here on the right. So the right one is a Torval LiPo safety bag, and the left is a bigger box, and also both are like tested and built exactly for storing LiPo batteries. So they also made tests, and it doesn't look really safe, I know, but I haven't seen it when it occurred, but it's they have tested it, and if a LiPo battery burns inside of one of these bags, they are designed to not really harm the outside world, you know. So basically that, I think it can't even burn much. So basically if you're using them as storage, you are pretty good to go. And this is one of the safest way to store LiPo batteries. And of course you can also use like ammunition boxes from the military. This also works pretty good and is a little bit cheaper also as these LiPo storage boxes. Again, if you are charging, as already said in that story with my dad, really don't leave the batteries unsupervised, you know, because most accidents actually happen when charging, you know. So really keep an eye, don't really move away from them. So that's also pretty important. And again, the bigger the battery and the more energy is stored in the battery, the bigger the fire and the bigger this will be, you know. So Best thing, if you don't use a battery, really put it down in the voltage so it hasn't really much energy saved in it, so it will also not burn as a fully charged LiPo battery. And again, really the last thing you want to save money is in batteries and chargers. You know, never save any money here. You know, really only buy high quality batteries and high quality chargers. Because if one of these things are malfunctioning, you really can just, you know, there are so many people who have lost their homes because of a fire caused by one of these batteries. And this is no joke. So really just spend the $5 per battery more or $10 and really buy one high quality charger to not have these kind of problems, you know? So really absolutely don't save here. And yeah, again, never charge unsupervised. Again, if you want to charge it, just make sure you don't charge on a flammable surface, you know? Just really use like, I don't know, a stone surface. You can also charge outdoors on, I don't know, best thing is not to even charge indoors, you know, just do it outdoors or somewhere where also if it catches fire, nothing big will happen and the battery just can burn on its own, you know, then it should burn like 5 minutes and then, yeah, you know, of course the battery is completely, yeah, not usable anymore, but nothing else is happening. So don't do it like a charge on a couch, for example, as the video did, you know, which will immediately also burst into fires, you know, don't do this. And again, after using the battery, always put it back into storage voltage. So, as said before in the FPV term video, you already know that a full cell of an FPV battery has 4.2 volts. Empty, it's around 3.5 volts. And the storage voltage per cell is like 3.8 volts. So if you don't fly for a few weeks, really storage and put it into storage voltage. So yeah, you are good to go, and you also don't damage the batteries. Because if you just leave a LiPo battery fully charged for even months, you really damage the battery with that. And the same is also with when it's fully empty. So also don't do that. And that's why there's also a program on most chargers. I will show you in the next lesson how to use that, which is putting it into the perfect voltage yeah, for LiPo battery storage. And again, you know, one day in your journey a crash will occur, and if that's the case, really, yeah, take a very close look to your battery. And if you can see any damage from outside, really rather go the safe route and don't use that battery anymore than just, yeah, you know, want to save buying another battery, but then having a high risk of, you know, that battery exploding. Really, please go the safe way and don't use it again, and just throw it away. Of course, not in the normal trash, you know. So please do it, you know, the right way. But yeah, and if it doesn't seem that the battery is damaged, if you charge it again, have even more attention on that battery while charging, because it's a higher risk than like a brand new battery, you know. So really have a lot of attention to these batteries. All right, so now you know kind of the basics, and now the next step is to, dude, yeah, now you've come here, how to charge and discharge your batteries. And yeah, this lesson. Yeah, and we are now just continuing, and I will show you how to use your charger. So the ISD D2 Mark II charger. Now I got it. And yeah, I will show you step by step how to charge your battery and also how to discharge it and put into storage. So yeah, you are good to go. Let's get into it. So now in this lesson we will talk about let's talk about how to charge your LiPo batteries. And here, as I said before, this is the charger I recommend you using for your FPV batteries. This is the ISDT D2 Mark II. And yeah, the only thing I already did was powering the charger up with, with AC input, as always, and I did nothing else. So as you can see here, on the downside you have like two XT60 connectors and again the two balancer plugs. You also need these two these connections so your LiPo battery can be charged balanced. I don't want to go too much into detail, but this is important for your longevity of your LiPo batteries. And yeah, so the left side is basically battery 1 and the right side is battery 2. And also, as you can see, the charger is like, here we have a button for battery 1 and here is the same button for battery 2. And here is the left charging display and the right information about the second battery. So if you now want to charge a battery, the first thing you want to look at is your battery itself. So as you already know from the describing videos, you already should know what 6S means, also what 100C means, and also what 1300 milliampere hours means. So I we'll talk about this. Just take a look if you don't know it anymore in the, I think it is day 2 video of this series. And somewhere on the battery you will find very important information for charging. So you have here 1C be recommended. Never charge above 2C. So what does this mean? If 1C is recommended, we will charge with 1C right now, because we are not in a hurry. If it has to go fast, you can just charge with 2C. But let's see, the C of the battery is 1300 milliampere. So basically charging with 1C means charging the battery with 1.3 ampere per hour, or again with exactly 1300 milliampere per hour. That's the same. And again, 2C would be 2.6 milliampere per hour charging. All right, so what do? We are taking the XT60 connection, putting it into the left side, and also just connect. It's a little bit hard to do here with like one hand, but let's see. And just use the balancer connector and let's connect it like this. And now the left battery is connected, And of course I will just show you now with one battery, because with the second battery it's basically the same, just not by using the left connectors, just use again the right, though it's the same. And as you can see here, you already have your measured average cell voltage, which is like 3.8 volts. So this is exactly the storage voltage. And because I just took this out of my storage box, so it's perfectly for storage already. So, and again, it's a 6S battery. So if you just multiply 3.8 volts by 6, you get to 22.8 volt the whole battery has this voltage right there. All right, so let's click onto 1. And now we have here the battery stuff. And then by clicking on that, that kind of button here, we can go up and we can use the task. So task is basically charge. Right now we want to charge it. So chemistry, and we can basically just change it by clicking onto it. And as you can already see, we can also use discharge. But right now, at first, we want to charge it. Then we are going into chemistry. And again, here are all the different kinds of batteries, you know. So if you have, for example, high voltage batteries who are not fully charged at 4.2 volts, or, you know, some special batteries are fully charged when they are at like, I think 4.3 volts or 4.35 volts. So this is definitely marked on the battery. So you can use this one, and this is also LiPo batteries, but the high voltage special cells there. And again, if you also want to charge like lithium ion batteries, you can do that also, you know, and all the different stuff right there. But we of course want to charge LiPo battery. And the condition is of course the fully charged one. So this is basically on how, to what kind of voltage the battery should be charged. So this is already right at 4.2 volts. We have here 6S, so 6 cells, which you can also see here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that's already pretty easy to tell. And the current at what, how fast we want to charge the battery. And as we already took from the information from the battery, we want to charge this not with, you know, 2 ampere here, but we want to charge it 1.3 ampere. So this is a 1300 milliampere battery. So charging at 1C would be exactly 1.3 ampere, which is recommended on the battery. And yeah, that's it. So you just go back here on start. And as you can hear, the battery is already, the charger, how is it called? The cooling system of the charger just goes on. And yeah, now it is already charging. And the thing is, I will not wait like 30 minutes now or something until this battery is fully charged. So yeah, I will leave it a little bit. As you can see here, you would be now pretty easily able to also connect another battery. You have like all the important data right here. Also the temperature of the battery, and and that's it. So the battery is charging right now and everything is fine. So again, if you want to charge, don't leave it unsupervised. So really, take always a look to your charger here and then, and don't leave it. All right, I for now don't want to wait like until this is fully charged. So what do? Again, if it's fully, this will beep. So if it's fully charged, the charger stops it and it's beeping, you know, and you just have to press one of these buttons and and that's it. And then it's fully charged. So not really much to talk about, but now I don't want to wait. So I click here and I click again on that one and I stop. So also here, you know, you could change now if you need it to be faster charging to 2.0 amperes, but we don't want to do this, but I want to stop it now. And as you can see, the charging is stopped. So, but now let's say this battery is like full and we want to go into storage mode. So again, go to the left battery port, click again here, and just go to storage. So you can also basically discharge, and storage is kind of the same. So discharge doesn't really end at 3.8 volts, which is right here a preset. You can just set it to whatever you want. So yeah, most likely you will only need charge and storage. And destroy is something the battery will really fully discharge. You know, that absolutely no energy is left in there, which is completely destroying the battery. So never do that. Only if you really, I don't know, crash the battery pretty bad. It's, yeah, I don't know, or it's so old you don't have to use it anymore. So really you can use destroy, then the charger will completely discharge it to fully empty, and the battery is destroyed. And when it's destroyed and fully empty, you can then go to you can not go to your trash can, you know, but how is it called? Just bring it to the trash, but in the right way for batteries, you know. I don't know the exact English word for that, but I think you know what I mean. So that's it. And right now we are wanting to put the battery to storage. And as you can see, we already have the same chemistry, a LiPo battery. The condition is 3.8 volts. And the current we can also increase, because, you know, there is not really we can easily just discharge by 4.0 ampere here, and we can start. And then the charger charges or discharges the battery to exactly 3.8 volts, and that for every cell. So if it's like empty, if the battery is really empty, so it would, you know, charge it up to 3.8 volts, and if it's like full, it will discharge it from like 4.2 volts back to 3.8 volts. And so basically we have not really charged much, so I can just, you know, stop the discharging process, because it's literally already at 3.8 volts per cell. And yeah, so let's do this. Just stop it, and yeah, that's it. That's basically all the knowledge you need for charging and discharging your batteries. So I hope that helped, and let's continue with the next lesson. So see you soon. Peace. So in this lesson we will basically talk about our bind and fly. Let's talk a little bit about the different parts of the drone and all that stuff. And and then let's connect the DJI O3 Air unit you can see here to the FPV goggles, and also the TBS Crossfire Nano receiver, which is here right there, and just bind it to the controller, to the Tango 2. So don't worry, this is of course not the bind and fly quad. I just recommended you in the shopping list. So basically the thing with bind and flies is that the process of setting this up is like always the same, you know? So I can show it to you on this drone, and you can exactly do the same steps. Whether it is, you know, the iFlight Evoke F5 or the Cinelog 35 or the Cinelog 25, you know. Why I use this, because this is just a brand new drone I got, so I just put it today out of the package and the box. So this is really in the same, like, you know, it's just brand new. And if you just put that out of the box, we will now walk through the exact steps you need to take from this right here to go to the first flight. And again, don't worry, it's the same steps for whether it is the Cinelog 25 or the Cinelog 35 or the iFlight Evoke. So don't worry, don't just do the same as I do right now and follow my instructions, and you are good to go. You know, I just will do it for now with this drone because it really is the same for almost every bind and fly drone out there. So it doesn't really matter if I do it with this small drone right there or with the Cinelog, you know, and I didn't want to spend like, I don't know, 2K on like the Cinelog 25, the Cinelog 35 and the iFlight Evoke to do like a single video and set up step by step. So I will save that money and I will just show you with this drone right here. All right, so this is straight out of the box, you know. So the first thing we want to do is always make sure the battery main lead connector, this one right here, this is a XT30 connector, and here we also have the antenna for the O3 air unit. And to do it as first, let's see, to push this, so I think this one has to go into kind of into this 3D printed part. So let's try to finally get the drone here ready so we can fly with it soon. I think we will push the cables in a little bit. Also, this is like basically a little bit different from drone to drone, but the main thing is you really have to, you know, just get your drone ready for putting it into the air, and therefore you have to install your antennas first. So let's see. This is definitely very tiny here. So let's put this in a little bit, and then we can, or we should be able to just slide this, yeah, exactly. Now it's working as I wanted it to do. And yeah, now we have installed this one. I think there is maybe, here is a zip tie, so we can finally just secure that with a zip tie additionally, so that this is safe right now. And I think, let's see. Yeah, I think we will just put a zip tie around here. This is also a pretty small one. So of course, you know, this is, every drone has a different technique to just, all right, let me take my pliers real quick. Of course, this is a little bit different from drone to drone, but the basic thing to learn here is just to make sure your camera and your antennas are mounted well, and so on. So this should be really, really strong here. All right, we already just have that. Let's just cut it real quick. I would also recommend you using a little bit bigger ones, but yeah, for that small drone, this is okay. All right, so make sure, first of all, your antenna is secured and in the 3D printed part. And yeah, maybe also I think from the iFlight Evoke, you have like an antenna you can just screw on the drone. So that's also a way. With like a little bit bigger drones, just make sure this is well mounted and yeah, and is secured on the drone. let's see, like the O3 antenna is mounted here. So this seems already mounted perfectly. And yeah, let's talk a little bit about the different components of the drone. So here we have already the O3 air unit, and here we can access the USB-C port, which we will need right now to update the O3 air unit firmware and also to activate it. Here we have the SD card port. So here we can just slide in our SD cards to just record the footage on the O3 unit. And yeah, and here, let's see, I hope you can see that. There is like a tiny, I hope you see it, there's like a tiny arrow pointing to that hole right there. And in that hole is the bind button for the O3 unit. So yeah, I know it's a little bit very hidden here, but in that hole you have to to ply something in, and there's a button inside, and to bind the O3 unit to the goggles. But we will do that soon. And yeah, and then somewhere you should also have your TBS Crossfire receiver, and in this build we have it right here. So as you can see, there is the TBS Crossfire receiver mounted, and this tiny button right there, you see it, this tiny button is again the bind button for the TBS Crossfire receiver. So we have to press that one again with something pretty tiny to bind the Crossfire receiver. And yeah, and again I think, yeah, motors you already know. So these motors are like T-mount motors. You have to screw the propellers in with these two screws. So this is the usual way to mount propellers with smaller drones, and you know, with bigger drones you have like just an a nut to mount the propeller to the motor. And yeah, that's it. And yeah, I think we have here on this build, here we have the number, so the 1404, which are the dimensions of the brushless motor stator. So 14 millimeters of diameter and 4 millimeters of height. And I think, yeah, here we have also, can you see it, the number of kV, which are 4000 kV. Yeah, so basically a typical number for these kind of lightweight 4S builds. And yeah, here we can see the flight controller, the capacitor, the all-in-one flight controller, because we basically only have one platine, and with the ESCs and also the flight controller on one board. And here we can connect the flight controller to the PC. So this is also pretty important, so make sure. Sometimes this is this older USB port, sometimes it's also like USB-C, so the same as right here on the O3. Yeah, just make sure you have both cables at home. So definitely that's important to have both. Sometimes it's like this, sometimes it's USB-C, and you need definitely a cable to connect the drone. All right, yeah, here in front we have the O3 camera with a lens protection, with a foil on the lens. Let's just remove that real quick, because we don't need that right now. Yeah, all right. So we have that here. And yeah, we already have also a GPS, which is pretty interesting. A lot of drones don't have that. Yeah, this one has it. Honestly, this is completely depending on the drone. So yeah, it depends what drone you are buying. Maybe it has one, maybe not. But this should already be like pre-configured. So yeah, all right. And yeah, I think that's basically already it. And this is here like the battery mounting. So here comes the battery. Here you know, we can connect the battery, and there this seems like to be the system for mounting the battery. Honestly, I also have to see how this is working, because that kind of mount I also normally don't use. Okay, it's working like this. Or how is this supposed to work? As I said, this is also a brand new drone, so I haven't really tested. Or is it? No, it doesn't work like this, no. I think it should be something like this, maybe? Okay, yeah, it is like this. So, yeah, now I think the battery is mounted and secured, and we could connect that right now. All right, and also make sure, you know, that from the side of center of gravity, the battery should always be like pretty in the middle, you know. So right here, if you just see it from the perspective, and you have here motor 1, and here the front motors, here the back motors, and if we just go like right in the middle, which would be around here, here should also be like your battery, you know. So this right now seems pretty okay. That's definitely okay for now. But if you also have like a GoPro on front, you know, you have to kind of move the battery in the back to get the best center of gravity, you know. So if you have like a big camera right on top here, you have to move that battery back to kind of have a counterweight, you know. And that's also pretty important with bind and fly quads. Right now we don't have another camera or an action camera on top, so this one right now is perfect. I will show you how to not do it. So this, for example, as you can see, this is completely wrong. First of all, your battery is not secured and can easily slide kind of out if you do like faster FPV moves. And also, you know, the center of gravity just from the battery is like here, located in the middle of it, and the center of gravity of the drone should be something like here. So yeah, don't do that. Just move the battery back to the front, something like this, and now as you can see, it's located again good in the middle of the center of gravity. This is also pretty important, and yeah, so let's talk about the additional packages we have here. So these are basically the screws for the motors, yeah, to mount the propeller. These are the propellers. So also let's talk a little bit about how to mount the propellers actually, because this is also a little bit confusing, I think, at first. So if you just look at the propeller, you can see it like as a plain wing, you know? So I hope you can see that right now. But we have, on every propeller, we have like a sharper side and like a more thicker side. As you can see here, here is the pretty, So here is the pretty sharp side of the propeller, and here is the thicker side of the propeller, you know? And the thicker side of the propeller has always go into the spinning direction, you know? So this is pretty important. So thicker side is always into the spinning direction. So this propeller will spin like this, you know? And also if you're struggling what is the top and what is the bottom, so that if you see it like that, here we have the thick side of that wing right here, and this has to be on top, you know? So if this is on top right now, and the sharper side of the blade is should be on the bottom. So this propeller has to be mounted like this. And again, also an indicator what is the upper side of a propeller and what is the downside of a propeller is that these numbers here, which are referring to the side of the propeller, are always on the top of the propeller, you know? So if you see any like small engravings into the propeller, this is always the upper side of it. So basically, you know, this is up and it goes like on this onto the propeller. And yeah, and this is the case with this drone. Later, maybe this propeller, you know, can be mounted here or can be mounted here. So it's always spinning clockwise, this one. And later we have to take a look at first whether in Betaflight, how to mount these propellers, or we can also take a look at, for example, this paper right here. So we can already see, okay, clockwise, counterclockwise, and yeah, this is exactly how we should mount the propellers. So this one should be here. And yeah, I hope you understand that. I know it's a little bit complicated at first, but let's do it pretty quickly, again, step by step. So first of all, you just lay down your propellers, all 4 of them, and always with the numbers here engraved on the propeller to the top, you know, on the top, also on the top, on the top, on the top. So don't do anything right now. And then here we can see this is this is clockwise, so this have to spin to the right. So just take a look where the thick side is and where the thin and sharp side is. So sharp side is on the left here, and the other side is on the right. The thick and the more, yeah, I think it's called thick, right? Yeah, the thicker side should be is indicating in which direction the propeller is spinning. So here it is to the right. So this is a clockwise propeller. So this one here is clockwise and this goes to that. And yeah, that's basically the same, you know. This one is also spinning to the right. So this is has to be mounted here. Here we have counterclockwise. So here we have the sharp side on the right and the thick side on the left. So this is counterclockwise. Just move it like here. And again, this is also counterclockwise. This has to go here, you know, and this is basically how you know what kind of propeller has to be in what kind of motor, and also how you know what is the upper side of the propeller and what is the downside. All right, this is just for explaining how it's working, you know. Don't mount it for now because we have to do first some settings to dial into Betaflight, and for that don't mount the propellers already. All right, yeah, let's see. Yeah, okay, here we can see the indication of the bind button again. So this should be always like in the papers for your specific drone. And yeah, that's it about talking and just explaining you a bind and fly drone. And in my case, it's this one here from Newbie Drone. Now, in the next step, we want to set up our Tango 2 controller step by step. So let's just power it on. The power button is right here. Here we have USB-C. So that is basically for updating and connecting to the PC, and also of course for simulator. Audio we don't really need. Here we have like 3 buttons. Here we have that wheel we can just use for settings, and also click on that one. Here we have our 2 sticks. Don't worry if that picture is a little bit dark, but it's needed to see exactly what's on the screen here. Then on the back we have, you know, these buttons right there. Also these 2-way push buttons here, B and C. These two buttons are like three-way buttons, and also we have like E and F here, so just one-way push buttons. All right, so let's long click on that one to just yeah, start it. And yeah, then we already see our stick inputs in the channels monitor. So yeah, I don't want to go again too much into detail, but just real quick, you know, one channel is like one function for, yeah, you know, for just transmitting an input. And basically an input is a number. And here we can see like full throttle is actually like 97%. And here we have like minus 97. And here we have again 97, also 97, you know. And this yeah, are all the stick inputs. And if we just switch up the switches, you can see we have like channel 5 minus 100. So channel 5 is this button right now. So we have now minus 100 plus 100, 0 is always in the mid. And yeah, and the same also with that. As you can see, now it's centered, low, high, and so on. All right, and by clicking on page, pretty quickly you can just change the interface. And here we can see how the battery life of the controller is. So that's also important, keep in mind. And this controller is powered by a 1S LiPo battery. So of course one cell is full at 4.2 volts. So right now it's full at 3.5, it's empty. Yeah, you know it already. And yeah, that's it. So we also have here the buttons. And the buttons have a system. It's a difference if you click it pretty quickly, like this, you know, is a different function than long clicking, like this, as you can see. And yeah, this is a difference. So also if you click menu once pretty quickly, oh, wait a second, we have to go back. If you click once menu pretty quickly, you get here to the setup page with 11 under pages. And here, let's go exit again. And if we click menu for a longer time, we get to the tools with 6 under pages to scroll through. So keep that in mind. Quick clicking a button is different than long pressing a button. All right. And yeah, let's go through the step-by-step process you want to use by setting up your controller. So let's go through the different menus here. So first of all, we want to fast click menu. And I will really just go over the important settings, you know, because there's a lot to set up here, but we just need the basics so we are able to fly our drone and not more. So setup page right now, we don't need that. So we are going to the flight modes page. And again, I press here the page button. So I just go to the next page, as you can see. Also, this one we don't need. Then this one is the first important one, because here we can see throttle should be throttle, aileron should be aileron. I don't know, what was aile again? I don't know it, sorry. Rudder, this should be rudder. So this is always only this is coming from flying RC plane models. So basically what these are just different terms for drones. So what throttle, aileron and rudder and so on is for RC plane models is like yaw, pitch, you know, roll and throttle for drones. So this is just different terms for like here, throttle, I think rudder was this one. I'm not an RC plane master, so don't take my word here for granted, but so you know what these terms are describing. All right, so just make sure, you know, throttle should be here, throttle, aileron is aileron, and so on. And if you need to change it, I think these are the basic settings. So normally this should be right already. Just long click on that, go to edit, and then as you can see, you can just change the input from throttle to, I don't know, something else. But yeah, that's it. All right, then let's go back by pressing exit, and then let's continue with the page. So here, that's also pretty important, because channel 1, 2, 3, and 4 have here again rudder, ele, throttle, and aileron. This has to be channel 1, 2, 3, 4. And channel 5 to 8 has now to be the different buttons we have here. So I will just show you my button configuration. If you just want to change that, feel free to do so. But we will start with my basic button, how I set it up. All right, so this one is like the SB button, and we just go into, let me check real quick. No, of course, this is the SB button. This is the SC button. This is SA, and this is SD right there. And as you can see, let's just go to channel 5, long press, edit, and then we can just go to SB, just click on it, and then we can just align like every button by pressing it, you know? Now we have like SC, we can go back to SB, and here we need, of course, the SB button. So just click again and go to exit, and once again exit. So now we have here assigned the SB button. Then again, the channel 5, long press, edit, go down to SC, click again, and here SC is that button. This is already correct aligned, you know, and then click again and go back. And just do the same procedure. So you have here, channel 5 is SB, channel 6 is SC, so this button, channel 7 is SA, so that button, and channel 8 is SD, that button right here. And that is my channel setup. So for all, you know, for 8 channels means you have 8 inputs from any signals. So for example, this is one channel, second channel, third, fourth, and then per button, again, one input. And 8 channels are normally enough for flying FPV drones. All right, then we have set this up. This is called mixes, so definitely make sure you have that here put in. Then go again to the next page, and here we have the outputs. So we have here something, as you can see, wait a second. Channel 1. Channel 1, we have here like the output. And as you can see here on top, we are seeing a number. Centered, it always should be 1500 here on top. So let me go a little bit closer. Yeah, here on top it should always be 1500. So here we have now channel 1 is that one. To the right side it should be 2000, and to the left side it should be 1000. So this is already set up, you know? So these numbers like minus 97.8 and plus 97.8, this is not standard. So of course, this is my controller, you know, I already set that up. But most likely you have here a lot of zeros in that channels. And again, to change that, let's do it once together. So I will just reset this, you know, I will do that to like minus 100 and also here to 100. So right now, this should be like the default setting. You can see minus 100 plus 100 is the default setting for the channel, which we have also here right now for channel 1. So just take a look. Channel 1 is like this, stick input, long click on channel 1, then edit, and then just go to minimum and maximum. At first we want to do the minimum, The minimum is right now, as you can see, if we are just holding the left stick completely to the minimum, it is right now 988 on the right. You can see it. So we are just lowering that number until we hit exactly 1000 right now. And this is exactly that number, minus 97.8. Then we again click on the button. Then we're just going one down to the max and do the same here. So left stick completely to the maximum, and we have not 2000, we have 2012. So we also have to lower this number until it says 2000. And it is reached again here, 97.8. And then click on it. And yeah, and then you have exactly, the minimum is 1500, maximum 2000, minimum 1000. And this is exactly how it should be with all your first 4 channels, you know. The other ones are not so important, but yeah, you know, you have a clean input and output signal. And so for my controller, the magic number is always this, like 97.8. And exactly the process I did now for channel 1, you do it again for channel 2, 3 and 4. So always make sure, you know, you have like the right stick input, and in the middle you always have this, yeah, exactly these numbers and these inputs. And yeah, this is also pretty important. And this is like how that is working. So do this, and then let's continue and go to the next page. Curves we don't need. Logical switches we also don't need. Special functions, no. Lua scripts also not. Telemetry, no, not right now. And display we don't also need right now. All right, then we have that, and then we are long clicking menu. And here, this is pretty important later for binding, because we have the tools, and we need the TBS Agent Lite later for binding. But let's go to the next. No, we also don't need that. Yeah, the radio setup here, you can put your date in and your time and so on. So here, yeah, just leave it at the default settings, you know. Global functions we don't need. Here you can do, if your sticks are completely not correct calibrated, you can just click here on calibration and calibrate it again. So I won't do this because mine is already greatly calibrated. You know, it's a pretty easy process. You will have here on the screen, you will see the tutorial. Then you have like to move your sticks exactly the way, you know, as the display is saying. So just follow these steps along and calibrate your sticks again. So for my controller it's already done and it's perfectly fine, so I won't do it. But if it's like complete bullshit how your stick inputs are assigned, just recalibrate it. That's a pretty easy and pretty fast done process. And all right, then let's go to the next page. It's just the firmware version stuff. So yeah, that is also completely fine. And now we are ready to go. And now our Tango 2 is perfectly set up to now bind the drone. All right, so we have here the controller. Let's go into the menu again with the tools. So long clicking the menu part here. And let's go into TBS Agent Lite. And then we want to go into Tango 2 XF. And the first thing you can already see is the bind button. So we are clicking on that. And as you can see, the binding is in process and this one is blinking greenly now. So we can just move this one away and just go back to our drone. And right now we are powering the flight controller. Then you hear that beep that beep tones. And then, as you can see here, we need a pretty, wait a second, we need something very, very thin, something like this to press the bind button. So let's do that real quick. Let's see. And as said before, this one is located here. Let's just press it. And let's see if it's working already. Yeah, it's working. And yeah, and if you've done that right, as you can see here, I've done nothing, but there is now standing bind update nano RX. We are confirming that. And then, as you can see, the Tango 2 is automatically updating also the receiver of the drone. So now just wait until this is finished and is complete at 100%. And yeah, so let's wait together. That's it. So I just think I will leave it here now. You can also see that the light changed from green to blue right now. For the updating process, just leave it as it is. And then we have already bind the controller with the drone. So, and yeah, honestly, I'm pretty hyped about that drone, because that should always also be sub 250 grams. And yeah, let's see how good this is flying. I think right when I now record this, this is not released yet. And let's see. All right, you can see here, it's now yellow. As you can see, RX is loading, don't interrupt, just leave it as it is. Now it's binding again, because it's already updated. And then if you get exactly this screen right there, binding is okay, it's finished. So now your Tango 2 is already assigned to the drone, and you can, right now, if we would have already set up all the stuff, we would be able to control it already. So let's just click enter again. No, wait a second, we're just binding again. I'm sorry, I should have pressed exit.
Telemetry lost.
Because now it's again binding. That was not so good, I hope, maybe.
Telemetry recovered.
Yeah, okay, we can just exit it again. So just don't click here, just click on exit. I'm sorry. So let's get really quick into the radio settings. So here, region, you can now just use the region you are in. So we would be here now at CE, but I'm rather going with open. And here you can assign the power. As you can see, we have 868 megahertz, which is the only legal frequency we are allowed to use in Germany. And the max power, which is of course only allowed in Germany, is 25 milliwatts. So go with that. And yeah, the other stuff is, you can just leave it as it is, honestly. And yeah, then you're right calibrated. So definitely this, the frequency and the max power differs for your different region. So maybe I think in America you can definitely do max power to something like 1000 milliwatts or 500. I'm not pretty sure, but in Europe it's 25 milliwatts. And of course, I'm always using only the 25 milliwatts. So yeah, that's it. So we have now finally configured that the right way, you know. Let's pretty fastly click exit here, and then we are good to go. All right, now we can just, let's just do that real quick. Also, just leave your controller turned on, because otherwise it will may start beeping. For now, we are just using our goggles too, and are just clicking, taking a look into it. So here at the goggles 2, this button here in the middle is the bind button. So we have to press this one to bind the drone to the goggles. And on the drone, we have to press again this very secret button right here, indicated with that arrow, as you can see that. So this is the bind button for the drone. And yeah, now the O3 unit is a little bit warm because, it has no airflow when just lying around. So we will wait a few seconds until we can finally bind the O3 air unit also. All right, I will make a quick cut and see you soon with updating the O3 air unit and activating it, and then also binding the O3 air unit. So, see you again in like 3 minutes. Next thing we need to do is activating and updating the O3 air unit. So for that, we are using these kind of, basically the same stuff we are using for the simulator. So this USB-C adapter, and then this normal USB-C to, this normal USB-C cable. All right, plug it into your computer. I'm here doing that on Mac, and you don't need to power the drone for that. So just plug it in, and you have to open the, the DJI Assistant 2 Consumer Drone Series. That's important, so that's the program we need. Just have it already opened before, plugging it in, and you are good to go here. All right. And the link for that program is in the video description. So let's plug it in. Now, the green light appears. Let's put it down, and then the drone should, the PC and the program should automatically detect the O3 air unit after some time. And that's now the case. So let's get into it. Activate device. We want to start activation. And I will put my account data in right there and put in the verification code 7CKK, right? Yeah. And let's sign in. And then start activation. So that's the account I want to use. And activation is complete. So let's see if we have already. Okay, it's somehow disconnected. Let's see. Yeah, sometimes this kind of stuff happens. So let's just try again. All right. So let's see what kind of firmware there is already up. So, all right, as you can see, the newest firmware is already on. So we don't need to upgrade. The only thing we needed was the activation. And for that, we can just easily disconnect the O3 unit again. So I just, power up the goggles. Just power it up, as always. And then then let's press the middle bind button here. Or was it twice? No, it was once, right? Yeah, it was once. So let's just put this out, connect the normal battery. So you really need battery power. to do that. All right. And let's press that button again here. As you can see, this is now green. And if we just take a look into the goggles, yeah, okay, it's connected, so we can just take a look into the goggles, and yeah, it's connected, so it's done. So we have now set up the O3 air unit, and also the goggles are also working, and yeah, so controller is set up and binded to the Tango 2, the receiver of course, and also the O3 air unit is binded or bound, I think it's bound to the DJI goggles too. All right, that's it. And now let's take a look in the next lesson into the Betaflight setup. Next step, and in this lesson we want to set up all the Betaflight stuff for the drone. So as the name bind and fly implies, it's almost bind and fly. You know, there are some stuff you can't really, you know, you have to set up yourself because everybody is using a different controller and different buttons and so on. So with FPV, it's not really 100% bind and fly because, you know, there are, yeah, we will see it in a few seconds now, but you have to set some small things up also with a pre-built FPV drone. And yeah, in this lesson, we want to talk about it. And now we don't need that USB-C cable we used before. Now we need to use that kind of cable. I think it's some type of USB. I don't know the exact type right now, but yeah, this cable. So basically, if you're an FPV pilot, always have like a USB-C cable and this type of cable. So yeah, that are the two main cables who are used by VTX and also by flight controllers. And yeah, we will just put it into the port of the flight controller here on the side. And we already have the Betaflight Configurator open on the Mac. So let's get over to that program. And yeah, we can see here already that we have here the drone. So the first thing, and by the way, if you need to download Betaflight Configurator, it's also linked in the video description. So no worries, just download the latest and you are good to go. So first of all, we want to reset Z-axis and also the accelerometer. As we can see, it's already a little bit configured, but yeah, we will do now calibrate accelerometer, and that this is kind of spinning is sometimes the case. We can maybe just plug it out and plug it in again. Yeah, as you can see right now, it isn't spinning to the left. So don't worry, I'm not sure if that is a bug from the software. I don't know, sometimes it is spinning, sometimes not. So if we now just leave it on the table, as you can see, it's perfectly fine and perfectly still. And yeah, all right. So first of all, let's take a look. Here we can see the green propellers and motors are indicated to be the front ones, and the red are the back motors. And if you just, as you can see, if you are the drone moving around, you know, to the front, to the back, left, right, and the green arrow is of course the front of the drone. So you know it should move exactly as it is here with the real drone, you know? If that's not the case, you can also easily change that, but basically every bind and fly drone have already set this up, that it's fine. And if you're, you know, if it's like not flat when you just put it on the table, you can just easily do that by calibrate accelerometer and putting it onto a flat surface. And now it's flat. So this is the first thing you want to make sure. Then the cool thing is really with the bind and fly drones, almost everything is already set up. So you don't have to worry about your ports. We can take a quick look here at the configuration, but also normally this should be already perfectly fine. Let's take a look. All right, this seems like the prototype name of that drone, Whirligig 03. Interesting one. All right, arming is pretty important that you have that at 180 degrees, so you can just arm at every drone angle. Let's take a look here. Everything is set up right. GPS is also already set up. U-Blocks is, I think, the European protocol. So if you're in Europe, you need U-Blocks protocol. And if you are, I'm not sure what NMEA, what region that is. But yeah, you have to set this up according to your region. All right, and here everything is already completely fine. And let's take a look. Yeah, this seems perfect. So power and battery should be also fine. Yes, fail-safe. We have here, also interesting, we have GPS rescue enabled. Yeah, all right. Okay, here, because of that slider, it's disabled right now, but I don't want to fail safe anyways, so I hopefully will never need that function. All right, presets we don't need. Also PID tuning should be completely fine. If you, for example, want to use your rates you are using. So for example, my rates are here at Betaflight. Yes, I want to change this, and my rates are exactly like this. So you can actually just use the same rates as you are using in your simulator. So you get basically some very similar flight feeling. So these are my rates. I have it here configured in Betaflight in the rates type, and these are exactly my rates. And if you also use my rates in the simulator, feel free to just copy it. And if you got your own rates, just put your own rates in here. So let's click on save. Let's go now to the receiver tab. All right, so we have basically Crossfire already configured. And this stuff right here, we have to definitely configure right now, so that this is definitely working. So to do that, we need to power on our Tango 2.
Welcome to Tango 2.
Yes, also welcome to Tango 2. Happily welcome here, lovely Tango 2 receiver. So, and now some drones have also the function that the flight controller is also powering the receiver. So some drones have right now, without connecting a battery, already powered the receiver. With this flight controller it isn't the case, you know, because nothing is, there is no light. So we have to just put a battery on it. And honestly, I don't know why, but I just always disconnect this, then put the battery on it and then connect it again. I think in the first years I had some kind of errors with doing it not that way. And now really make sure where you will connect the flight controller, you know? Then we have now fully voltage on the flight controller board, so you really don't want to miss your connection here, you know? So let's plug it in, the flight controller again, and let's go into receiver. So you have here now your controller, and now as you can see already the sticks are also moving, and as you can see, zero throttle is now at 1000, full throttle is now like almost 2000, 1999. That's completely fine. And again, as you can see here, you need to make sure the left stick here, this one has to be throttle. So this one is throttle minimum, this one is throttle maximum. This stick to the right and to the left has to be yaw. Right now it is roll, so we have definitely to just switch that up. Let's see the other sticks. Here we have pitch, pitch forward, that's right, pitch backward, that's also right. And here I think, here we have yaw, and here to the yaw to the other side. So basically what we have now to do is to switch roll with yaw. And if you just take a look at the letters, here after roll it says A, and after yaw it says R. So we have to switch A with R, you know? So let's go here to the channel map, and as you can see, it is right now AETR. And because we need to switch roll with yaw, so A with R, it is not AETR, so it should be, give me a second, RETA normally. So let's do RETA, and then save it again. So now it should be fine, you know? So throttle is throttle, that's fine. Yaw to the right, right, yaw to the left, that's correct. Pitch forward, right, pitch downward, backwards, right, and roll to the right, roll to the left. And as we can see now, the sticks are assigned correctly. So this is, this is very important. So this, just differs from your controller and so on. But yeah, this has to be correct. So if that is not correct, as it is with your drone right now, so just assign it accordingly. So also, you know, for example, if your throttle was wrong and throttle was like pitch, just, you know, change T with E here on the right side and just do it so, correct it so often that until it is assigned the same as right now with my controller. So that is the right settings. So again, control this stick, yaw is this stick, pitch is this stick, and roll is this stick. This has to be the final channel map, so you are ready to fly here. And because, as you can see, we before just configured the minimum and the maximum of the Tango 2, and as we have now basically every channel the perfect from 2000 to 1000, we can also lower this a little bit. I do it most of the times like 1030 and here like 1970. So we have a little bit more range on the sticks, so we can actually control the drone a little bit more sensitive. So that is pretty nice. And most of the time, as you can see here, if we just put throttle, right now I'm not moving any sticks, but as you can see here with yaw or here with throttle, the numbers are twitching a little bit. Basically this is no problem at all, but if you are flying kind of in angle mode, this difference is can cause some minor issues. So if you are flying in angle mode, or you want to fly, just move the RC deadband, for example, to 1. So this the flight controller doesn't react if you just have these small movements from, you know, basically of a 1 number. That is in acro, this is not a real problem. But if you're flying in angle mode, which maybe you want to do, you can just increase the RC deadband from 0 to 1, and also in these both in both of these here, so RC and also yaw deadband. Then again, save that, and yeah, and that's it. And also, if you want to configure like the telemetry for your Crossfire receiver, so you can also have, for example, on your Tango 2, your battery, you want to see it, you can enable here telemetry. Yeah, most of the time it's enough because you already see it in the goggles. But yeah, you can do it or you can't do it. So right now I don't need it, so I don't do it. Then next very important thing we need to configure is the modes. So basically, let's talk a little bit about the different modes. So GPS rescue we want to delete because we don't need that right now. And we also don't want to assign that to a button. Yeah, of course, the buttons. As you can see, as we before assigned that in the different, you know, in the TBS Tango 2 menu, you can see here also we have our buttons assigned. So by pressing our 4 assigned buttons, we have all the different, yeah, the things here. And also just notice if we have here like AUX 3, which is a two-way switch, we have like minimum and maximum. But if we use like the SB button, so AUX 1, we have like minimum, in the mid it's like 1500, and on top it's like 2011. So this is like a three-way switch right now, and this is a two-way switch. And yeah, just for your understanding here. So let's go into the modes, and I will now assign my stick inputs and my buttons as I do it all the time, you know. And of course you can assign it whatever you want. I will just quickly assign now my buttons. So arm, I always have on like 2 switches and always like in the middle. So I will do that, and then I will add a range and do like auto with that button right there. We also need to just go away from angle. So we have here AUX 1 assigned in the middle, and also AUX 2, and then we assign AND and AND. So only if both of these buttons are in the middle, the drone is armed and the propellers are spinning, you know. And yeah, it's like a pre-arm switch, but I always do it like that. Also angle, I want to have on that left button right there. So this is AUX 3. And right now, angle mode should be activated. So this is like the button, deactivated, activated, you know. And also horizon, I don't think we need that right now. GPS rescue also, we can also assign a beeper for AUX 4 and put that on top of here. So right now we have a beeper, and save. So that is this, and I already can, yeah, the O3 unit is a little bit overheating. So right now I will just disconnect the XT30 adapter to be kind of safe. So it can just, you know, just doesn't overheat anymore. But yeah, for now it's completely fine.
Telemetry lost.
So I have here beeper, AUX 4, this maximum range, and here angle is like AUX 3, also assigned here, and here arm is AUX 1 and AUX 2. So the drone is only armed if these three-way switches are put into the middle, you know? If you just like accidentally get to that button right now and put it into the middle, then it doesn't arm. So both have to be in the middle, then it arms. And this is also pretty important for safety reasons. I had that from the start and never had an accident where I accidentally armed, you know? So definitely do it like this, so you're just safe to operate on your drone and you don't somehow accidentally arm your drone. So if you're, for example, like having your fingers in your propellers, that doesn't end very well. All right, and again, this is like, I just do it always like this. There's also like an extra pre-arm. Where is it? Yeah, here pre-arm switch is basically the same. It's basically the same. So you can also do like a pre-arm switch, which you have to press that you are able to arm. I basically do it like that. So this is completely fine. And you can just copy exactly these settings. So you have the same. All right. Then save. Then, yeah, all the other stuff, you know, adjustments, servers, GPS, we don't really need this, you know. Here you can see in the motors tab already the spinning direction of your motors and your propellers. So if you don't have any paper how the motor direction is, you can see it here. And yeah, OSD, all that additional stuff we don't really need right now. And if you can't see that, just make sure to enable the expert mode, or yeah, don't enable it, you know. And that's it. So right now we have completely perfectly assigned all the functions for our drone and are now ready to go. So we can just remove the cable right there. We already have everything we need. And right now, the only thing we need to do is to assign the propellers according to that paper right there. So I already told you how to do it. So just go one video before. So I will not show you right now the same. So here we are doing it like this. And so this is spinning outwards. These two guys are spinning inwards, and and that's it. And we are ready to go. Of course, we have to tighten that with these tiny screws right there, as you can see. So basically just take these screws, screw it into the motor and tighten it, not too hard, you know, because you can just break the motor and then it's also not good. So just normally soft tighten it, let's say it like that, and you're good to go. And do that, 2 screws per every motor. And as we can see here, you know, the motor has the propeller has 2 holes in here, and also has the motor, as you can see, hopefully here. You can see 2 holes here in the motor, and also 2 holes in the propeller. And there, just screw it on the motor, and you are good to go. So this is like with that T-mounting, if you have a drone which uses this mount, and if you have, like, for example, like a 5-inch or bigger drones, they are just using, you know, this system right there. So just you know, a normal nut, put your propeller in now, and just secure it and tighten it with that nut, and that's it. So this is already the workflow you need. And yeah, and finally, you are ready to try and go to your first flight. So right now, just charge all your LiPo batteries you have, so you are ready to go. And then in the next lesson, we will do our first flight right now. So yeah, that's it. So see you in the next lesson. And let's do our first, or do your first flight together. So see you there, and up to the next lesson. Hello together, and right now we are already at day 10 today. Unluckily the weather, yeah, is not the best honestly, but it's okay to fly with. So let's do our first FPV flight together. And yeah, I have here my starting and landing pad. Honestly, you absolutely don't know this at the start, so yeah. But it's definitely pretty useful. So this one, if you want to buy it, I can put a link into the description of the video. But definitely make sure that you buy a good one, you know. So this is also weighted, so it doesn't fly away when some wind is coming. And this is definitely a good one, but also not cheap. Honestly, this is around, I think, 70 euros or something. So yeah, it's kind of another flight controller, you know. Or of course the cinematic, you know, the cinematic Pro Pilots community membership. No, I'm just kidding. So yeah, you don't need this, but if you want one, I highly recommend you buying a good one with this weighted, with weights in it, because the cheap ones on Amazon are just get blown away by the wind, you know. And yeah, so rather the same as basically with FPV gear, right? Invest in good equipment than in not good equipment. So we are gonna fly exactly the quad we flew yesterday, and let's see how it's flying. Also, don't take a look at my really dirty car. I'm I'm not really into, I'm more into FPV flying than into car washing, you know. And yeah, I'm pretty hyped. So the 10-day series is already, it's basically over with that episode. So I really hope you can do like a safe first flight without crashing, and you have all the basics you need to know to start into your FPV journey the best way possible. So that's the end goal here. So I personally really enjoy to use like a lanyard for just one of something like this, and to steer, because it's a little bit more chilled with the Tango 2. All right, let's see. Microphone is right in the middle. All right, so let's get into our first lessons. So again, let's take a look where I am right now. As you can see here is literally nothing. Okay, so please do your first flight really in a very lonely place, you know. So no cars, no other people, just, I don't know, green, plain nature, and that's it. So you really be sure, be safe, and yeah, nothing, basically no obstacles you could possibly crash into, you know. So that's the first point you want to make sure. Dude, I have to absolutely fix this cable right there. This is a little bit silly. All right, so let me take a look into my list. Yeah, so first of all, it's, you know, the landscape or the location you want to fly. Something basically like this. And then the second point you really need to keep in mind, that if you put the goggles on the first time, it can be really hard to focus on flying and also on like standing, you know? So also gravity is kind of becoming your enemy when flying your first FPV flight. So if you're not really sure, I would really recommend you to just start in a seated position. So just take a chair with you and start this way, you know? So it's definitely better, and you can fully focus on fully controlling your FPV drone the first time. And it really takes some time to get used to the standing position when FPV flying. So like standing in FPV is already like a kind of a professional thing to do, you know? So it will be way better at first in sitting on a chair. All right, so then again, please keep in mind, this is your first flight. So just keep in mind, you don't want to crash. Don't do all the cool maneuvers right at the start. Really start very chilled into all what you are doing right now, you know? So the time comes when you just can improve, when you just can do the cool tricks and stuff, but this is your first flight. Really take it simple. Just try to keep the drone in the air. Don't do like crazy movements, you know. It's really just do a chilled first flight in the air and just try to start good, to land the drone and so on. So really nothing fancy for the beginning. And yeah, also keep in mind, you have to take a look at the battery voltage when flying. You know, this is definitely also something, you know, it's not like DJI drones where there is an auto return to home function. So really keep in mind that you have to land at like 3.5 volt per cell. So if you have a 4S battery like here on this drone, you basically have to land at like 14 volts. At the last point, I will most likely land at something like 14.4 volts. So yeah, you are good to go and you don't damage your batteries. And again, also the same as, you know, with 6S. So if you have right now the iFlight Evoke, just land at something like 22 volts and you are definitely safe. And yes, that's one point. And yeah, also just before you first start, just do a quick check that you know, your drone is working. Just do a test arm, because right now it's literally your first flight, you know. So yeah, take a look into it, if it's arming, if everything is working fine, and so on. So yeah, that's basically it. The last point is also the camera angle. You already know the workflow, but for your first flight, really start with something pretty, not a steep angle, you know, something like 10 degrees or something for outside is completely fine to start with. You don't want to fly a race right at the beginning. And yeah, that's it. And then make sure your battery is in the center of gravity and just good and correctly mounted. So it's really hard mounted. Nothing does wobble around. Also antenna is mounted. Propellers can spin freely, so nothing goes into the propellers right there. Also no cables and so on. So that is also important. And yeah, then let's just power up our controller.
Welcome to Tango 2.
Then also the goggles.
Throttle warning.
Again, throttle warning is something, a warning that comes when throttle is not at 0 at the start. So you just don't accidentally arm your drone. And yeah, and again, if you don't have these kind of landing pads, really before you fly, make sure where to start and also where to land, you know? So something like this, maybe you can see it right there. There's a lot of dirt lying around on the street. So I have here right now my landing pad, but make sure you don't really, you know, land in the dirt. So just search for something, for a clean road or something. So really a chilled place to start and land your drone again. But yeah, I have my pad, so that's fine. And yeah, so I think it's time to start. So let's plug the battery in. Also make sure the balance adapter is kind of securely mounted, so it can't also wobble around here. Yes. So let's do a quick test arm. Maybe you can see it. Yeah, seems good. All right. Let me take a quick look if the goggles are recording when I arm, because we need the, of course we want to record that flight, you know. So yeah, that seems pretty good. All right. So I think we are ready to do our first flight together. So let's see. I will just real quick here put my jacket on. All right, I hope microphone, you can hear me good. So all right, keep the battery in mind. Wind is also a little bit strong. It is recording, yeah. All right, so first flight. Let's go. So, first of all, really, just try to do a chilled flight, you know? Nothing fancy, just pretty smoothly fly around here on that field. And yeah, first impression of the drone. This is sub 250 gram, and honestly, there is, yeah, definitely some wind going on here, but this is flying pretty good. We have a little bit of wobble, but that's completely okay. For that, yeah, for that smaller drones, this is kind of normal. All right, and then really just do a pretty basic chilled flight, you know? Nothing fancy, just trying to get a feeling for the drone and doing like curves, flying to the right. Maybe you can also fly a little bit faster if you want. Don't mind the Tango 2, sometimes it's just like I don't know, the sensor lost warning, but this is absolutely no problem right now. Yeah, I have to say this drone is definitely fun to fly. I really have the urge to push it a little bit harder, but this is of course our first or your first flight, so we can't really push it too hard. So let's see if we can get the drone into frame right there. Hi, here it is. Yeah, this drone is really nice. This drone is flying really good for such a small drone, honestly. So alright, I have to do, so maybe if you're feeling ready you can do a first dive, you cannot do a first dive, but I have to do one right now. Let's see, a chilled dive right there. Okay. Yeah, hey, that drone is definitely fun to fly. Nice. Yeah, this flies pretty good. This flies pretty good. And yeah, this is your first flight. Also, again, keep always an eye on the battery voltage. So right now I am at 14.7 and I want to land at something like, yeah, let's say 14.4. So I think we have a car here. All right. And yeah, really don't push it too hard, you know? So this is right now fully your responsibility, you know? And I kind of really, yeah, just don't do something, don't push it too hard right away. But I need to do a power loop right now. So, a really chilled one. Nice. Yeah, this drone is really fun to fly, man. Such a tiny thing. And it's also not so loud. And we are sub 250 grams. So, yeah, this one is awesome. All right, we are at 14.5 volts right now. Maybe let's do some kind of this roll. All right, now battery is going down at 14.2 volts. So now it's time to come back and land. So let's see, and just use our landing pad. And yeah, and let's land there, which you have hopefully also trained in the simulator, you know? So this should be not a problem. All right. And we did our first flight. Nice. Dude, this drone is a lot of fun. Also check real quick the motor temperatures. If the motors aren't too hot. But this is, yeah, this is completely fine. Let's just change the battery real quick. So battery number 1 is done. Battery number 2, let's go. Honestly, I think it's kind of raining really in like a few minutes.
Telemetry recovered.
So let's see to get our next flight in pretty fast. Test arm again. Honestly, you can now fly as you want. I will fly a little bit more normal now. So really just do it exactly the way how you feel safe, you know? All right, so let's go. Yeah, this drone is definitely a tiny freestyle drone here. Ah, dude, okay, let's see. Is here... Yeah, these, of course, you know. I wouldn't fly like this on your first flight. But yeah, this second battery is my second flight today. So, fly hopefully more responsible as I do here. With these tiny branches right there. Yeah, this thing is a lot of fun. This is a lot of fun. Also, I will show you the unstabilized footage. So I think this should also be pretty smooth. So it's definitely pretty smooth here in the goggles. Let's see. But yeah, this is a very, very nice drone. And it's really nice that it's also so kind of wind resistant, you know? Of course, we have some wobbles here and then, but this is really kind of normal for these smaller drones. But it really performs pretty good. This is definitely really nice. Nice one. So let's see, let's do some... Okay, we have some prop wash, but that's okay for now. Yeah, that's a great drone right there. So you know, although this drone, yeah, Newbie Drone was kind enough to send me this drone, but yeah, I can fully just say my opinion about that, of course. This is a nice one. This is a really, really nice one. It makes a lot of fun. I honestly should now crash test it, but no, I don't do this right now. I don't do this. Alright, so we are again at 14.3 volts. So it's time to head back to our landing spot. Okay, wind is increasing. I think also the weather kind of gets worse and it might start raining. So yeah, let's make it pretty, let's end this lesson. Yeah, it's starting raining. So let's end this lesson pretty quickly. I hope you enjoyed that tutorial series, you know. It was an honor teaching you the best start into FPV drones. I hope you enjoyed it. Please feel free to leave me some feedback if that has helped you a lot to get started in the FPV world. And yeah, so that's it for that 10-day free FPV school lessons. So if you enjoy that, if you enjoy learning from me, you can also check out the pro group. So there is all the rest, you know, how to not crash, how to do the color grading, how to edit your videos, how to get millions of views, how to build a followership on Instagram, all that stuff. So it's basically like 10 times the content of that free group. And yeah, okay, it's starting raining more now. So I hope you enjoyed it. And there will also be one bonus lesson after that one. So take a look and have a great day. Peace. So if you really made it to the end of this masterclass, so congrats. You now know everything you need to know to master basically all the beginnings of FPV. And I wish you a lot of fun with the flying, you know, and with your newly discovered hobby. I think it's one of the most amazing hobbies in the world. So I kind of did that to support, to making it just easier for people to get into, you know, and not kind of having to search for like hours of tutorials on different creators and different people to actually, you know, learn basically the same thing. So I just tried to give you everything from one hand and one person's experience, you know, so you don't have like 10 different opinions on what's the best starter drone, you know, and you have everything, you know everything, how to set all this stuff up. All right, if you liked the video, please let me know in the comments, leave a like if it has helped you, and subscribe if you just want to see more FPV tutorials, learnings, vlogs. As this is, by the way, my full-time profession right now. I also sometimes can't believe this, you know. And I love just flying FPV drones. And so welcome to my channel. All right, have a great day. And let's get started into the FPV world. Peace.